Hello, wait. Why am I invisible? There we are. Hello, welcome back to Katawa Shoujo. This is the. And my mouse disappeared. That's fine. Uh, I don't know, every time Katawa Shoujo loads, my cursor disappears. So that means I'll be ending stream, like, weirdly today. This is the final day of stream week, so yeah. Let's continue. Thankfully, there aren't any students milling around in the hallways at this hour of the morning, lest I be interrogated on why I'm carrying 2 plates of breakfast on my room, all dressed in an obviously hastily donned uniform. Uh-oh. This isn't to say things like this never happened. Of course, a single security guard patrolling between 2 sets of bedrooms situated right next to each other is a very small force compared to adolescent hormones. Like, my cursor disappeared, so I don't know how I'm going to end stream after this. Maybe Katawa Shoujo is just breaking my computer. Maybe I'll need to exit the game. Wait, let me test it out. No, it's a risk though. Yeah, my cursor disappeared. Or it's invisible, to say the least. Well, let's just continue the stream. Come to think of it, the fact that it's Monday morning probably helps. I'm not probably sure why, but Monday seems to bother me less than they do most others. It takes a little creative use of my hands and elbows, but eventually I managed to work the door to my dormitory room. Oh, wait. To work the door to my dormitory room open. Oh, Lily. Actually, let me see if I can navigate this. Yeah. So if I do end up finishing Lily's route today, I could go straight to Hanako's. Stepping inside, I see Lily, just getting up from the bed, and tiredly rubbing her eyes. She looks a mess, just like most other people I've seen. Just like most other times I've seen her soon after she wakes. She really isn't a morning person. It's rare for me to meet a morning person. Sorry, I didn't mean to wake you. She groggily shakes her head. The morning light illuminating her makes for a very pleasant sight. It's okay. I need to get up anyway. What time is it? I put my plate down on my desk and turn the clock around to check the time. Still early. Don't worry, there's plenty of time left before school. She sits on the side of the bed and begins to sniff the air. As soon as she does so, I quickly move her plate away and put it on the desk beside mine. Yes, I got us some breakfast. Shower and clothes come first though. This early and we have a CG. She stands still for a moment, with her chin pointed slightly out. I gladly acquaintances and gladly acquaint my and press my lips to hers, savoring the soft feeling before breaking off. Actually, if anything, wait. Okay, I think I can end the stream. Not now. I think my cursor's just invisible. Yeah, there. I stretched to try and wake myself up. A little more, briefly looking at the steaming dishes on the desk. Rice, fish, miso soup, and some vegetables. No, it's not a 9-minute stream. It's because, I don't know, when I opened up Katawa Shoujo, my cursor disappeared. So, I don't really know what's going on. And I'm kind of panicking on how I'm gonna end the stream once the time comes. So, that's why I'm experimenting if I could press the end stream button. Like, my cursor— oh, there, my cursor's back! Raze, you saved me! Okay, I don't need to worry about it. Thanks, Raze. I don't know how you did it. A standard breakfast for a somewhat unusual day. I grab the bottles from my desk and start with taking my daily regimen of pills. Magic. Sometimes I wonder what these things are even good for, given all the troubles I've had since the initial accident. I can't even say that it doesn't hurt to take them, considering the side effects so far. Well, maybe— well, whatever. Doctor's orders her that I have to take them, and rationality suggests that I'd be well served to trust his judgment over mine. Like when the stream started, like my cursor was invisible. I don't know how. So I panicked for a bit. It doesn't take long for the noise of the shower to cease. A quick one apparently being fine for Lilly given the circumstances. Wait, I have a shower in my room? And what was the point of going to the bathroom and meeting Kenji? Emerging from the bathroom, she looks significantly more awake, having had the chance to collect herself. Without a word, I gently take her hand in mine and guide her to my desk, considering I don't have a table in my room. Wait, desks are technically just tables. As she does. It'll have to do. Thank you, Isao. Why did you prepare breakfast? Wait, why or what did you prepare for breakfast? Text history. What did you prepare for breakfast? Not why. I don't know if my outer voice sounds off because I'm sick. Just rice and some vegetables, something fast. Her face lightens up at the revelation. That's quite a breakfast. Isn't it normal for you? Now she's just being nice. I have little doubt, considering her past, that this isn't exactly a high-class meal by her standards. Breakfast is the most important meal of the day. Just because we're students doesn't mean we can take it lightly. Nowadays, I barely hear anyone have breakfast. Most people just have really big lunches. But because I've been sick lately, my appetite has been down, so I've only been eating one meal. But I make sure that one meal is pretty big. But once I'm not sick anymore, I'll probably be back to my regular routine. But for the time being, my appetite is down. That's my belief anyway. From what others I've talked to have said, I might be the minority. See? See what I mean? I take a seat on the side of my bed and begin eating together with Lilly. You must eat well to be well. Can't be helped. I think it's one of the side effects of COVID. Eating together with Lilly. Her chopsticks lightly tapping out the outlines of the vegetables, just as I noticed her doing during our date. This is quite... wait. This is quite nice, Isao. I had no idea you could cook this well. Hey Spiraled, how are ya? This time, she's much more genuine. I can tell that much. That said, cooking really isn't anything special at all. After a bit of practice, it's pretty easy to make a simple dish. Most of the credit goes to modern technology. Still, after years of cooking for myself, I should hope so. I'm still a little... sorry. I'm still a little sick. So, yeah. And I kind of just woke up. And I had to, like, quickly organize everything. I got bored of eating instant noodles and ordering pizza every time my parents were both working. So I thought myself how to make a few meals. I'm still trying to get the knack of it though. You'll make a good wife You'll make a good wife someday, Isao. I take a grain of rice and place it onto my thumb before carefully taking aim and giving it a good flick. Lily jumps a little as as it hits her cheek right on target. I couldn't help chuckling a little at her expense as she lowers her brow, tries her best to assure a harsh and serious expression. I mean, this is the last stream. This is the last stream for my anniversary week, and starting tomorrow will be back to my regular schedule, and tomorrow is a day off, so I should get plenty of rest before playing Fire Emblem again. Oh, that's right. What is it? Did you have any problem sleeping last night? You seemed restless. The secret to the thing is, when I do my auto voice, I need to get into a really relaxed mindset. Because I'm sick, I'm having a hard time going into that relaxed mindset. So that's why my auto voice could sound a little off. So she was awake back then, or at least partially so. Whether it was my heart or a nightmare caused by the side effects of my medicine, the last thing I want is for her to be worrying about me even more. Even before my relationship with Lily, I'd felt my body was a drag on everything I did. My body is my burden alone. As long as I'm with her, I'll continue to act as normally as possible. No, not particularly. Is that so? That's good then. Luckily, she seems to take me at my word. I plan to finish Lily's route today and at least start a bit of Hanako's. But if I only end up finishing Lily and not starting Hanako, that's fine too, as long as I get Lily's route done. Meaning, there's a possibility I might go to a little bit of an overtime. Come Come to think of it, there was something else I wanted to ask. Oh? How should I put it? When you dream, do you see people and objects? Yes, of course, Oh. Sometimes Hisao just forgets Lily's blind. I feel more than a little sheepish for that slip of the tongue. However, earnest it may be, Lily looks unperturbed, though. But you don't taste, feel, nor smell things. Actually, I remember I read a statistic that a lot of a lot of blind people tend to have a lot of nightmares because when they feel something, they kind of just assume via texture or other senses like hearing and taste of what the object may appear to be. So that's why I don't know how true that statistic was, but it's something to go off of. I moved to answer, but find myself stuck before thinking about it. The more I mull over it, the more I mull it over, the more I realize that her hypothesis is correct. That's true, I guess. I never looked at it that way. Are you saying that you do? For the most part, I only hear in dreams. But yes, sometimes I touch and smell things as well. I'm just asking since a kid I thought it was very strange that I did when I brought it up with her. You didn't if you if you don't either, then maybe it's due to my blindness. That would make sense. You rely on your other senses more than me, so maybe that affects your dreams as well. The wonders of the human body, I guess. For the rest of the time before school, we quietly eat the hearty breakfast in front of us, exchanging a few small pieces of small talk as we do. A quick peek out of the door assures nobody's looking directly at the entrance for the boys' dormitories, so we walk out with the path clear. Ah, the weather's good today. Ii denki desu ka? Is is it good weather? I stretch as Lily and I make our way outside, the bright morning sun beaming down on us. By now, a few students could be seen doing the same, making their way to the main school building, either from the dorms or through the main gate. Oh, Lily changed in our room, meaning she probably packed her school uniform. I mean, I didn't see the adult scene, so maybe they went over it. So, yeah. It does feel nice and warm. Our hands linked and her cane tapping the ground. We begin in earnest our trip to the school building and join the chatting throngs of students around us. This will be the last day of exams now. Yeah. How are you going in them? Fairly well, all things considered. You seem a bit stressed by them, though. It's that obvious, huh? I don't think it's just the exams, though. A lot of stuff's been happening in a short amount of time, and I'm not doing that well on humanitarian subjects. You're You're doing well in science, though, aren't you? Well, it would be hard not to do well in science for me. Come to think of it, didn't you say before that you weren't very good at science and maths? I'm actually I'm good with science, but I suck at math. But I'm a university student now, so I don't need to do any of those. I mean, for music classes, I do need to know basic biology because I need to know how the voice box works. And I'm not even kidding. We had to go through the scientific terms of the voice box and how to use the voice box properly and what causes damages in the voice box. So music does cover science. Also, for another one of my major units, I had to do social science, so either way, I did have to do science in university. But I don't have to do math, so I'm pretty happy about that. Science was my strong suit, so I'm not complaining. She suddenly looks very sheepish. My remark no doubt hitting home. Lily's sense of pride really can be a double-edged sword. Well, aside from that, have you ever thought to do what you might do? Have you ever thought to what you might do with that? Ah, crap, I can't read today. Have you ever given thought to what you might do with that ability? It seems a pity to waste it. A bit, mostly at Muto's prompting. In any case, I'll probably end up doing science as a career in some form. That's good to hear, Sal. Oh no, this is probably Kenji. As we enter the gardens, I suddenly receive an unassociated pat on the back. Yep. The green dress culprit dances around to meet me, evidently not paying any heed to Lilly at my side. Hey man, what's up? Haven't seen you in a while. Hey, just been busy lately with exams and stuff. Exams. A true Renaissance man needs no study to excel in such great things. That is not true. Renaissance was an age of knowledge. Kenji does strike me as the kind of person that does well in school, even if he has a horrid attendance record and poor work ethic. So I've little reason to doubt his ability. I mean, he's a joke route for this game, and he's the only one who ends up trying to kill you. To be honest, I'm a little envious of him. Between studying for exams and my time with Lilly, I've had practically no time to myself. Maybe this is a bit like how Yuko feels. His last name is Seto? Good morning, Seto. It's good to hear you're doing well. It feels slightly odd to see Lilly speaking so formally. She's come to address me more casually over the months, though. I've seen her speak more formally to classmates from time to time as well. Some people never change, I guess. Not that I'd say her calm and polite manner is a bad thing. It was one of the reasons I liked being around her to begin with, after all. Kenji seems to take a moment to work out who it is beside me, and probably hasn't noticed us holding hands either. I wonder if those glasses of his actually do anything. Oh, hey Lilly. Good luck on your exams too. I'll see you after school, dead man. Hmm. Is Kenji kind of a fake? Like, yeah, he's so passionate about the feminist conspiracy, but when he's in front of a girl, he doesn't seem to mind. Maybe he's the type of person who talks about other people behind their backs. The slight edge to his voice makes me think those words are meant to be an Im- imperative rather than a casual farewell. I guess I'll have to smooth things over later. Sure. See ya. Kenji nods curtly. He moves past us, but he's too busy glaring in Lily's general direction to take notice of her cane. Before I can try to react and save the situation, Kenji trips and reflexively reaches out for a arm hold. Unfortunately, said arm hold turns out to be Lily's arm. Whoa. Both fall to the ground in a sprawling heap, with me left feeling rather helpless. A true anti-feminist would have the guts to say it out loud and stand by his ideals. I mean, okay, I'm not gonna go into his route, but it's been said that the reason why he's feminist is because I think a girl cheated on him, or a girl mistreated him when they were dating. Oh damn, are you two okay? Kenji quickly rises back up, seemingly unfazed by the accident. No problem, man, no problem. This is nothing, my body can take much worse abuse. Lily lies face down on the grass. She doesn't look hurt by the incident, more startled than anything. I move closer to offer her my help. Are you alright, Lily? Hey? Hey, Sato? Kenji offers a hand, tentatively touching hers to let her know what he's doing. He says some arduous things sometimes, but I do think he may be a genuinely good person at heart. I imagine he feels pretty bad about this. To his surprise and mine, though, Lily pounds on the ground with her fist without warning. Damn it. Kenji freezes entirely, caught by surprise at her outburst. I'm just as shocked. She never acted like this before, not even around Shizune. Uh, Seemingly only now remembering that there are people around her, Lily slowly climbs to her feet. Her face, her face as she, her face as she does so makes me retreat a little. I only catch a glimpse of her expression before she turns away, but it's not something I'll forget soon. Oh damn, Lily angry. Angry Lily. She showed plenty of annoyance during her clash with Shizune, but this flash of anger was something else. There's no doubt that this is just about this petty incident. She pauses for a moment before sighing and walking on ahead. I really don't know what to think of this. Uh, I'll talk to you later, dude. See ya. Yeah, see ya. Kenji scratch Kenji scratches the back of his head, trying to find something to say, then shrugs and walks away, giving us a wide breath. I quickly catch up to Lily. She turns her head a little to acknowledge my presence, but nothing else. I should probably scold her for lashing out like that, but I also don't want to go into a shouting match with her. She's still very obviously annoyed. In the end, I keep my mouth shut and wait for her to cool off. After a quiet walk in, we eventually reach the top of the third floor stairs, the conjunction where we part every day. I turn to Lily before she leaves. While I do, the comfortable and warm silence we usually share. This was anything but. I don't want to leave things like this. You seem quieter than usual recently. Is anything wrong? She shakes her head almost automatically, as if to dispel any notion that I need to worry about her. It's just the exams taking their toll. I'll be fine. I don't think that's the reason. I very neatly say so. I very I very nearly say so, but decided against it. There's no point trying to draw it out of her if she doesn't want to tell me, especially when she's in a foul mood like this. If you're sure, I'll see you later then. As I turn down the hall to go to my classroom, Lily's soft voice rings out from behind me. Hisao, yeah? I'm sorry. With that, Lily makes off down the hallway to her own classroom, her hands skating along the metal railings. I stand still and watch her until she turns into her classroom and out of sight, before going to my own class with a fair measure of reluctance. As usual, I'm early. Muto is fumbling with folders and papers on his desk as he prepares for the day, while a handful of students mill about, chatting away. While my feelings about Lily hasn't disparted, far from it. Her mention of my exam performance did remind me that I did have my own life's journey to attend to. After thinking about it, I have realized that I do generally want to pursue science in some form as a career, rather than it simply being the path of least resistance. Until now, though, I didn't have much of an idea of where in the field I wanted to go. Just science. You'd be a science teacher. It's a pretty broad category of jobs. Something Lily mentioned earlier focused my thoughts. Something I'd only ideally pondered about before. I'd not seriously considered following this specific path. I walk up to Muto's desk, his attention too focused on preparing for the day's lessons to notice my approach. It's the same every day. Good morning. He looks up with an expression of mild surprise that's quickly replaced by his typical awkward smile. Good morning, Nakai. Can I help you? Do you mind if I ask you something? He looks down at his messy pile of books on the desk before putting down the papers in his hands and standing up with some difficulty to properly address me. That's what I'm here for. After all. Ask away. I was wondering, what would you say is the motivation behind teaching? He thinks on this question for a few moments before responding, evidently far from having a prepared answer. If you talk to 10 different teachers, I think you'll get 10 different answers to that question. Well, I can only speak for myself. I'd say that I teach because, He sinks into thought again, carefully assessing the way he wishes to present his idea. Think of it this way. When you were a child, you probably played with sticks and pebbles in moving water, such as the gutter or puddles, right? Yeah, I think a lot of people Yeah, I think a lot of people do that when they're young. Well, it's not just when you're young for some, though it does take another form. My point is though that when one is doing that, they're curious about how the water will flow or be changed. Everyone, even at that young age, possesses an intense wonderment about how the world around them works, even in its smallest forms. I still feel the sense of wonderment about the universe. Even just reading about new discoveries or classic experiments gives me a renewed sense of awe at how marvelous everything is, from the farthest stars to the smallest puddles. I just hope that I can give others even a small piece of that wonderment I feel. If I can do that, even if it's just for one person, I think I can be happy as a teacher. Oh wow. I kind of have a similar mentality when it comes to being an entertainer. If I can make at least one person smile, then my job is done. He scratches his head as he mentally reviews what he said. I feel like I understand him better now. Even if he's awkward around others, it does have a genuine want to be around them and offer them a piece of his self that he values. What Lilly told me yesterday rings in my ears. I think you get on well with others. Huh. She always did say I was unusually curious. Sorry if that was a little meandering. Mandering. Oh, however, whatever. Does it answer your question? It does, thank you. I also had another question actually. Oh, what might that be? Do you have any college brochures or guides? It's about time I started getting some applications in. He nods and bends down to look inside his desk. As he does so, I notice that he is wearing a remarkably genuine smile. Oh yeah, I read that right. I don't think I've ever seen him act this natural around others. Perhaps this isn't Muto the teacher, but rather Muto the person. Here, if you need any more, feel free to ask. He hands me about half a dozen brochures and booklets of various colors and sizes, which I take eagerly. Yes, it may be it will be this information which I'll use to forge my own future. I think now, after all this time and all these trials, I can finally start to see the big picture of my life ahead of me. My body may be like this, but my mind is still very much able. Thank you. I mean, we're in the final act of the game. I don't know how much longer it's gonna go for, but I do slip up a lot on reading because of my poor eyesight. So, I'll probably end Lily's route, probably this stream. This is strange. The single thought has graced my mind a countless numbers of times since my life here began. It it feels like a, it feels like an easy way to discard a troubling question, as if simply labeling something with those three words will make it go away, or at least not worth thinking about any further. Hey, Hisao. My life before my heart attack feels more blurry every time I try to remember it, and my mind struggles to keep up with all the events suddenly happening around me since. I heard somewhere that this is what it feels like to be left stranded in a country with only the basic understanding of the local language. Indeed, when I think about it, that seems a marvelous a path a path analogy for what's happened to me. A path? A path? If it? Ah. But such situations are also supposed to make you very capable in that language very fast, as you're forced to learn, forced to learn it in order to survive. Put another, put another way, the situation becomes sink or swim. I wonder if I've really managed to swim after all this time. The exams are stressing me out a lot, even though they're finally coming to an end. But I have remained in Muto's favor, and I have some sort of direction for my future now. But I keep using that stupid, meaningless phrase. This is strange. It really is amazing how fast one comes to accept being surrounded by people with sometimes incredibly jarring disabilities and conditions. So much so that I really wonder why I feel so much like a foreigner. It certainly isn't the lack of socialization or friends. I've come to know most of my classmates on first name terms. In Japanese, first name basis means you're friendly with each other. Because in Japanese, they say their last names first. Like, for example, my name is Jozdra. If I was in Japan, it would be Dura Joz. So to be formal, you call people by their last names. If you're friendly, you give people your actual name. This is for anyone who doesn't really know much about Japanese culture, but if you watch an anime, it should be a little obvious. I know a few things around the school. Whether they're missing an arm or a leg, the students here are just like anyone else of their age. I can navigate the halls that I once lost myself in with an ease I'd not expected to ever I'd not expected to ever have, thanks to the school's logical layout, and I can engage my teachers in comfortable discussions. I swirl around gently the tea in my cup, the reflected image of my face becoming distorted by the moving liquid. This is strange. I used to hate drinking tea. Maybe I'm thinking too much. The familiar sound of china clattering from a teacup touching an accompanying saucer rings out. Is something the matter? Don't worry, it's nothing. I take a long sip of tea in front of me as the girls do. Just whiling away the time in Lily's room, sipping tea with her and Hanako. It feels familiar, almost nostalgic. So, how's your work in the newspaper club going, Hanako? I want to know too. It sounds like it will be quite interesting. Let's see if I can do that. Let me see if I can do the lolly voice while I'm sick. I mean, I managed to do it during the peak of COVID, aka my anniversary. So yeah, I think I should be able to do it. Hanako's face turns down at the attention placed upon her. Though she smiles, her smiles belies the fact that she generally likes being the center of interest for the two of us.
It's good. I think I'm getting better at it. Naomi and a couple of her friends had most of the
It looks like I can't do it.
Naomi and her friends had most of the jobs, getting stories and stuff. I just did computer things, putting the stories together and getting it printed. It's nice since I can sit and concentrate.
Yeah, my voice kept wanting to cough. I see Lily's low-tech nature isn't shared by Hanako. While sitting in a room compiling other people's newspaper articles into documents doesn't strike me as overly outgoing. It is heartening to see her widening her circle of friends. Baby steps, I guess. It's probably a bit much to be expecting her to become a socialite like Lilly. How are you finding Naomi? I've heard she can be quite troublesome at times. And Lily's going into her mothering mode over Hanako. Letting go of her is something she's had to learn. Hanako scratches her cheek, thinking on her answer.
Naomi's nice. She's a bit loud sometimes, and a bit tiring, but she's really helpful. Her friends are nice too.
That's wonderful to hear, Hanako. I'm glad you found a source of such enjoyment. I could tell Lily's jealous. Lily's smile is warm and genuine, but I can sense a touch of wistfulness to it as well. Hanako seems to miss that entirely, but I don't think for a second that I'm imagining it. Hello, Firewall, how are ya? I'm still sick, and I kinda just woke up like a few minutes ago. So yeah, I'm holding myself up with willpower and rage. I'm a little ball of rage right now, and willpower. With the exams, my newfound love life, trying to fit in some studying regarding my options for college and university, and my heart condition applying the brakes on everything at irrationally random times. My brain's been in overdrive recently. What surprises me is that there isn't a quote-unquote single option. I'm sorry, you're still... It's fine. It's out of my control. It's out of anyone's control. I mean, I could have gone to dinner with friends today, but I couldn't. And like, some of these friends live on the other states, so they came here for an anime convention. I couldn't go, not only because I was sick, but because the tickets also got sold out. But even if I wasn't sick, I would have still hung around the area because we were planning to have a dinner afterwards. But I couldn't go to that dinner either, so I missed out on seeing my friends. That's fine though. That's the reason why I'm a little ball of rage. But I'm a little ball of willpower because I want to be able to entertain you guys today. It makes me appreciate the rare quiet times such as these. I guess this is why Lilly came to appreciate her weekly walks to the convenience store and her tea parties with Hanako, despite her like of being surrounded by others. They gave her a moment of peace in a chaotic and busy life. Thank God the exams are over, eh? Huh. The comment draws an earnest chuckle from both girls. It seems like everyone's been a lot happier since the exams ended last week. So, what are you doing for the summer holidays, Hanako? I count the days in my hand. Today's Monday and school finishes on Saturday. 5 days to go, after all.
I was thinking of traveling. Just around a bit.
Ball of Mikan.
There's a lot of places I want to see, and I think I have enough money to pay for bus and train rides. Naomi and one of the other girls in the newspaper club said they might come along too.
Her look indicates she's giving the matter quite a lot of thought. I'm kind of surprised that she's contemplating something like this. It seems she's really become intent on striking out on her own. Is there anywhere in particular you're thinking of going? I've been to Kyoto.
I was thinking that Kyoto seems nice. I think I'll try to go to a few places though.
Lilly nods in approval, happy with Hanako's plans. While I cast my eyes to Lilly, I refrain from asking her the same question. She's been evasive with her plans for the future for a long time now. But I never seem to get a good time to broach the subject alone with her. Every time it comes up in conversation, it feels like she's either unsure of herself or she's simply dodging the question. It's troubling. Be sure to call anytime while you're out and about. I gave you my number before, right? Hanako gives a quick nod, a smile on her face. It's strange to see how happy people seem to become when they have a goal to work towards. Yuko seems to brighten whenever her university aspirations are brought up, and now Hanako is just the same. So why do I feel this uncertainty, and why Lilly too? Relationships can be irritatingly troublesome sometimes.
Oh, what time is it?
Oh. Takes me a second to remember that Lily's clock doesn't have any visual feedback. I really should know, given how many times I've been in her room. Nevertheless, I take my watch from my bag and quickly check it, the reasons for her asking becoming clear. It's about 20 past 10, nearly curfew. Hanako rises to her feet, dusting herself off and neatening her gown after doing so. Wait, Mikan was sick too. Uh-oh. I mean, I kinda got sick because I was taking care of people, and I got... I'm pretty sure I got the sickness from them, because I was taking care of them.
I better get going then. Good night, Lily. Isao. Sleep well, Hanako.
See you tomorrow. With that, she walks to the door and quietly makes her exit. Silence. This seems to be happening more and more between Lilly and me. Recently, after a few seconds, I finally find something to talk about. Oh yeah, I talked to Muto on Friday and finally checked out some guides on college and how to apply for it.
That's good news. If you're going to be applying for colleges, I assume you have some idea in mind of what you might do in the future.
I think I've settled on becoming a science teacher. It's going to take a while to get through university and everything to be qualified, but I think it'll be worthwhile. It'll be worth it. Lily's going to be an English teacher, and Hesao's going to be a science teacher. Lily's face brightens considerably at the news. I suppose her wish to become a teacher. She's delighted I take the same kind of path. I mean, I have a family friend. She's a teacher. She's my friend's mom. When I told her I have some sort of interest in becoming a teacher, she started giving me a bunch of advice. But right now, I want to be a VTuber. Because, I don't know.
So, you've decided a career of teaching. I think the path suits you most excellently, Hisao.
I smile and nod. This time, even if I know she can't see me doing so, I know she feels it.
I imagine Muto would have taken the news well.
Oh, you missed it. Lily and Kenji had a scene together, and it's clear that Kenji is actually pretty polite to Lily. And I said he's probably one of those people who are like talks behind others' backs. Like he may say a bunch of these feminist things, but when he's in front of a girl, he's polite. Like when we met up with him with Hanako, he was pretty polite with Hanako, and he was pretty polite with Lily. That's one word for it. Hey, Lily?
Yes?
I know you want to be a teacher, but... For a second, I wonder whether I should ask her the question on my mind, but that's quickly brushed aside by the fact that this is rather late to have second thoughts.
Surely you don't think I'd be offended by something regarding my blindness.
Her accusing tone is betrayed by her grinning face. Amused at my awkwardness in raising the topic, some things never change. No Redditor would actually speak their minds in public unless they're down bad. Good point, I guess. I was just thinking whether or not being blind would be a hindrance. What would your ambitions to become a teacher and all? With your ambitions to become a teacher and all. She seems mildly surprised before giving the question some thought. I refuse to think she's never actually pondered this issue before.
I wonder... Hisao, would you close your eyes for a moment?
Okay. Raising an eyebrow, I do as she requests. I have no idea what she has in mind, and my questions only increase as I peek out from one eye. Taking the black ribbon she usually wears in her hair from the cabinet beside her desk, she advances towards me while running it through her fingers to remove any stray hair remaining on the piece of cloth. His house using Lily's advantage. Using blindness to her Lily's blindness to his advantage. I silently click on her intention as I feel the black strip making contact with my face, wrapping around my head and over my eyes. What exactly is this for?
It's a little test, Cecil. Since you seem to be wondering, I'll let you see things as I do for a time.
Huh. So that's what this is about. To be honest, this is actually... Uh-oh. This actually sounds kind of fun, childish, and rather silly to anyone who would be watching. But a bit of silly fun never hurt anyone. Wait, I think this is the other adult scene. What happened after the date wasn't the adult scene. I think this is the adult scene. Because I think Ragnar told me about this. I move up and heave my hands quickly, moving out in front of me to warn of any obstacles. Or I could be wrong. Then again, apparently... No thanks. Okay, now what?
Now touch me.
Or should I sound more ara when Lily said that?
Now touch me.
If you say so, now then. I slowly make my way forwards towards the sound of Lily's voice. My walking speed could... Firewall has a point. My walking speed could barely even be called a shuffle. The entire experience feeling alien enough that I don't want to risk inadvertently tripping over anything, such as her table, or haphazard pile of books. Something soft yet solid brushes against my left leg. Further inspection reveals it to be Lily's bed. I move onwards, finding myself thankful that Lily's room is so neat and tidy. Even the piles of books she has are generally kept close to the wall, while out of harm's way. Because I accused the date with Lily to be the adult scene, but it was kind of weird that there was no weird screenshot. Because, you know, the first time there was an adult scene with Lily, there was a weird screenshot of a barbecue. The second time there was a weird screenshot of, I think, insects? So yeah, I was working on... My outstretched hands makes my... Wait, the hard wall pressing against my outstretched hands makes me frown my brow in frustration. Hey, Lily? Where are you?
What are you doing over there? I'm over here.
Lily's voice comes from the other side of the room, far from where it was before, even to my untrained ears. If she's going out of her way to avoid me reaching her, then is this just a game to her? Of course it is, compared to a life where the concept of sight is an abstract one. A few minutes in a blindfold are nothing. I mean, Lily's rich, so I'm surprised her parents haven't considered eye transplants. I'm not sure if it works that way, to be honest. I mean, I have very, very poor eyesight, and I've jokingly said to my friends, can we trade eyes? I guess she's made her point. She's more than capable of navigating her room, and further. I've seen how independent she is even when compared to many of the others in Yamaku. Well, even if this is just a game, I may as well play it wholeheartedly. With a pace much quicker than before, I move towards the source of her voice, daintily sidestepping the table in the center of her room, thanks to remembering its position. I've got you now. She gives an impish giggle. Imp? One just long enough to work out that she's passing just beside me. I quickly turn around to face a new direction. The table wasn't there before. Ow, ow, ow! I slowly sit up next to the table, raising my iPhone as I rub my aching head. I give an irritated kick to the table that's just sitting in front of where I fell. Utterly pointless, but the thing deserved it. Lilly blindfolded Hisao, undressed, and she's asked how does she look. Hisao. Lily's still standing just to my side, obviously unsure what's befallen me. Sorry, I kinda fell over.
Are you hurt?
My head hurts, but I think I'm okay. I think the table moved in order to trip me over. She giggles as she walks over and takes a seat beside me. Her eyes resting, her hand resting in my own.
I suppose at the end of that then.
I think so. But I do think I get the point. Though, I do wish it wasn't such a headache. It hadn't involved such a headache. Lilly suddenly looks blank.
Point?
And I return an extraordinarily flat look. That was just for fun?
I just thought it might ease up a little about this subject. You always seem to tiptoe around it after all. In regard to teaching, sight isn't that important. There are plenty of classes taught by entirely blind teachers, and more than enough resources for me to learn the subject. It's as simple as that, really.
I slap my shoulders and give a snort of amusement. Yeah, I understand. I guess we'll both just have to work hard to reach our goals then. What is it? With a little hesitation, Lilly pushes forward her chin and closes her eyes in an unmistakable gesture. How many times have we seen this, CG? I accept gladly, our lips touching. As they do, I can feel my hand snaking up my chest from underneath. Oh, wait, I could feel her hand snaking up my chest from underneath my shirt. I mean, yeah, we have to imagine it. The feeling of her hand against my bare skin is enough to make my heart suddenly accelerate. So, she's in that kind of mood again. And apparently in this adult scene, she actually makes you wear the blindfold. Well, I'm hardly one to complain. She does generally like this, and even with my medications, my libido is thankfully still intact. He's definitely saying Lilly's is a lot more of a horn dog than he is. I lean in to kiss further, holding her hand tightly as I feel it tracing the contours of my chest. But I know I told you guys this, that Lilly is tied with Emmy with having the most adult scenes. But Hanako is the opposite. She has the least amount of adult scenes. She only has one. And according to people who are fans of her route, they say that the adult scene for Hanako ruins it. Like, apparently Hanako's route is very, very, very sweet and tragic and genuine. And then there's just the adult scene that came out of nowhere. Eventually, we break off from one another. The room's silent, but for our breathing.
Hey, Sal?
Yeah?
I don't suppose you could wear the blindfold again.
Her tentative suggestion takes me by surprise. I suppose she wants to introduce me to sex through her eyes as well. See what I mean? See what I mean? Or just wants to find out what it'll be like during the act while hampered by the blindfold. Do you like that little tone I gave the Ana voice? With a measure of unease, tempted by curiosity, I do as she says and lower the blindfold over my eyes. The world becomes dark once again. Through her eyes, not with her eyes. I reflexively tense as I feel Lily's hand gently brush the side of my face, entirely unable to anticipate her touch. I'm sorry, Spiraled, but I'm not turning it on. I really need to get more used to contact like this. Even after the weeks we've been going out, it isn't as natural for me as it is for her. Silence? Hey, Lily? Shh. I obediently follow her instruction and quietly listen, trying to make out something, anything that's happening around me. Compared to before when I was chasing Lily, the need to carefully navigate the room's obstacles are gone. I can take my time and concentrate much harder on listening. It takes a while, but I can eventually pick out the soft sound of her breathing in the otherwise dead silent room. Lily really is horny, isn't she? Yes. Yes, she is. That's why the joke in the fandom, it's commonly joked that she is probably the horn dog of the group. In, out, in, out. Measuring against my own breathing, I realize it's definitely deeper than normal, especially for her. She's excited. Yeah, that's why I said Lily and Emmy has the most with 3, and Hanako has the least with 1. And people says that one adult scene with Hanako ruins her story. But they said the rest of her story is fine too, so it doesn't really matter. Another sound makes its way to my ears, one that I can't identify immediately. I don't think I've heard it before, but my heart skips a beat. I realize the source. My hand almost reflexively reaching out towards it. Her face suddenly softer than usual under my touch. Her head just barely turning in acknowledgement towards the fingers on her cheek.
Sal.
I gulp and take a moment to try and calm down. I need all the concentration I can muster while I'm like this in order to fully take my surroundings. Hey Ragnar, we apparently. That's. his sound. His sound means that with her eyes, like he's blind too. Also, right. Hello, Ragnar. I didn't say hi. I just noticed your comment with the adult scene. Ugh. I like how the first thought that came to Lilly. I like how the first thought that came to Lilly was, oh wow, Hanako is gone. Let's put. Hisao has an eye fetish. Haha, bad streamer, bad dragon. Heh heh. Ha. After a few deep breaths, I think I've managed to collect myself. With a touch so light that it wouldn't disturb a feather, I start to move my body. I start to move my hand down her body. And I can feel myself losing focus again, thanks to those thin, silken pajamas of hers resting so perfectly over the curves of her body. If she's like this, then that means she has to be sitting against her bed, facing me. Now, to continue. Alright, this must be her hip. If I just move slowly downwards. In Australia we call these rock melons, but I heard in the US they call them cantaloupes. Am I wrong or am I right? Oh, I remember this one. The ending of this scene is fun. And that's something chat will never find out unless they get the game for themselves. More. I want more. In Australia, we call them rock melons. I can feel my chest tightening as I rock back and forth. Frantically, both of us, entirely taken with ourselves. Nothing. That unusual. I just need to take deeper breaths to study myself. Steady myself, not study. The feeling is just normal. Ah. Ah. His chest is throbbing. His throb is chesting. That's true. Don't you have a stream today, Ragnar? This isn't. I can't. This pain is too much. I stumble backwards from Lilly with unseemingly haste. Unseemingly haste? Clumsily hitting the back of my foot against the table and falling to the ground with an unceremonious crash. Great voice acting there. Lol. Now, if I try to make that sound, I'll probably catch the attention of my brother. Breathing wildly, I frantically scrape. I finally scrape by the ribbon over my eyes as I lay on my back. I have to get this thing off. I have to get this thing off. So he got so excited that he had a heart attack. This isn't the first time. I mean, with the whole situation with Iwanako. For a moment, everything goes blank as the rush of newfound light assaults my eyes. My breathing slows from the brink of hyperventilation. Seconds pass. I carefully measure out the rhythm of my heartbeats, and every ounce of concentration I can muster. My heart is normal. It's back to normal. My body feels utterly bizarre as I lay dazed on the floor looking at the ceiling. The adrenaline from before is still pouring through my veins, but my mind is completely exhausted. I prop myself up as I hear Lilly getting off the bed and coming towards me.
Hisao, are you okay? Hisao.
I'm fine, Lilly. I'm fine. Hello, Lilly. You are upside down. I shall call you Dimitri. I'm kidding. No, I should call you Claude. Sorry. I mean, she does have blonde hair and blue eyes like Dimitri, so right now you're the child of Dimitri and Claude. She gives a sigh of relief, her word expression collapsing. Her face afterwards is the very last I've ever wanted to see from her. It's a face I detested when I first saw my parents in the hospital. Haha, Australian joke. In the hospital all those months ago. Pity. Lilly pities me. I just close my eyes and turn away. Powerless. I feel like throwing up. I can hear the sound of Lilly moving away and quickly attending to herself, and the ruffling of her clothes being pulled back on after a moment of searching, just barely audible. Sorry. She slowly shakes her head as she finishes buttoning up her top. Her kind smile looks so fragile, so delicate, that it makes my heart sink. Approaching carefully, she fills out the edge of the low table before taking a seat next to me, putting her arms around my chest. So Hisao's still naked.
I'm sorry, Hisao. Wait. I'm sorry, Hisao. I should have pushed my desires onto you.
You don't need to apologize. I'd normally be fine. You've seen that much before. Yeah, we still naked. Of course you'd say something like that, Ragnar. I guess I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. Bottom text. My eyelids feel heavy. Calmingly sitting next to her like this is probably letting the adrenaline work itself out of my system and letting my mind relax. You know, this whole situation with his Sal is making me curious of my own friend who has a weak heart.
So, that's why you never took the lead.
Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like that too, huh? Yeah, apparently, Lily's quite the top. I didn't even touch the keyboard. I don't know. He's never done it, but he has told me he wants to do it, but he himself is also kind of unsure. Like he can go skydiving, but he's not allowed to go scuba diving, and he's not allowed to run for too long. And he's not allowed energy, and he's also not allowed energy drinks because it could actually kill him. This is why when I met up with him after a long time, we went to the city, Sydney, or another city. I don't remember where we actually hung out. he had to make sure I wasn't running into things because my eyesight is bad. But at the same time, I had to make sure I didn't push him too hard because his heart is bad. Yeah, I guess it's a good thing you like. Oh, wait, yeah. The joke seems to lighten her expression a little, a fact which she helps let me feel less unease about my unreliable self. And from what I heard, Emmy is the opposite. Apparently, Emmy's a bottom, and so's Hanako. Lily's head comes to rest on my shoulder as I struggle to keep my eyes open. With more difficulty after each blink, I feel completely drained.
It's okay, Isao. It's all okay.
Yeah, Hanako's a bottom. That's why apparently a lot of people feels uncomfortable with her. That's why a lot of people kind of uncomfortable with her adult scene, Hanako's adult scene, and also apparently Hanako's adult scene also kind of ruins the flow of the story. Like, the fandom has agreed that Hanako's route is very wholesome and sweet and sad, and the whole adult scene just apparently ruins it. No sooner does she say this than a little wait, no sooner no sooner does she say this than a little quiet tone escape her lips. Entirely too tired to think, all I can do is listen to her soft humming. It's a soft, almost melancholic tone. It seems familiar, but the more I try to remember its origin, the less I seem able to concentrate. Is it the music box melody? They gave her a H route because it would be weird to the other routes if she didn't have one, but they didn't have a good place to put it in. Maybe after like the ending. And Misha technically isn't a dateable option because she's the bad ending for Shizune. She has a H scene. And also I know Kenji is a joke route, but he didn't have a H scene. Then again, this game was made in 2010, so the whole situation with LGBT was kind of iffy back then. The feeling and scent of her head gently resting on my shoulder and her warm body against mine are soothing. The soft humming of her voice, too, relaxes my mind as much as her warmth relaxes my muscles. This singular quiet moment, after all these farces, it makes me realize just how exhausted I've become. I can feel my eyelids slowly becoming heavier and heavier. Misha Misha is the only non-dateable option with a H scene. Meanwhile, Kenji is the even though Kenji is a joke date, it's still a dateable option nonetheless, and he doesn't have a H scene. Even with the chaos of before, I wish this moment would last forever. Lily and I together, sharing a single solidarity occasion together, just as we used to. But if that's the case, why does she feel further than she's ever felt before? Katawa Shoujo. The loud clatter of books falling into the return slot abruptly breaks the grip of silence over the school library. It's become a habit for me to come to the library at least once a week, Not only does the reading itself keep me busy, but discussing books with Hanako and Lily does. And yes, she was humming the music box melody. Obviously startled, Yuko suddenly twists towards the direction of the noise. I'd have thought her used to people dropping books by now, since she does work here. How old is Yuko? Like, they mentioned that she wants to go to university. Then again, university and college technically has no age limit. It's more about money. But Hisao has also said Yuko also appears to be in the younger side. Maybe mid-20s? Mid to early 20s? Yeah. Oh, hello, Hisao. Back again? It takes me a moment to respond, my mind still distracted by the familiar melody of Lily's humming. That's hardly left my ears in the several days it's been since I fell asleep to it. Oh yeah, just returning some books I borrowed. She casts her eyes downwards, presumably to the bin the books dropped into. You're a heavy reader, aren't you? It's become a bit of a routine now, as is the time at least. I wish I had free time to pass. The small talk to depression in less than 5 seconds. I think that's a new record for her. She seems a bit down in general today, even compared to normal. Also, apparently, one of the original ideas by the devs is that Yuko and Kenji used to date. So I wouldn't... And seeing how Kenji is now 18, because we're in the same year group, I wouldn't put their age gap to be that big. But I wouldn't call that evidence because that was cut. Now Kenji and Yuko aren't a thing anymore. Considering she has to work 2 jobs just to support herself, I could see how that would take a toll on her lifestyle. Hey Ragnar, it's you! You are Yuko! Ragnar is Yuko! They don't say how old she is, but she is confirmed to be a university student, so she's probably in her 20s. Yeah. Early 20s. Not to think of it, the pay for her job here can't be that bad. The idea of staff in such a prestigious private school going hungry strikes me as counterintuitive. You work 2 jobs. Working 2 jobs must take a lot of time. I've probably never managed it. You're lucky being a student. Do you think you'll go to university? And also, aren't you also a college student? Aren't you also studying right now? I don't remember. I forgot. If she's asking, then I guess that's the expected result of having the kind of education. Private schools like this doesn't exactly come cheap. I work 3, my real job streaming and keeping you guys in line for D&D. Hey, if I'm Mikan, you're Yuko. I guess I have the money, I think. I've got plans which will require going to one, and my grades are good enough. It's more a matter of how I'll pay to do so. University costs so much that I've I'm having to work 2 jobs to afford to enter it. Paying for daily expenses too makes it a lot harder. Yeah, I've dated someone as crazy as Kenji before, so I'll take it. Wait, I didn't think you'd admit that fast. I thought you'd have resistance, so I don't have to admit that. So I don't. So it doesn't sound like I'm admitting that I'm Mikan. Darn it! It backfired. Jeez. If you're reading this much, though, this means you're doing well in school, right? They don't believe in conspiracy theories, but they were still crazy. Interesting logical jump. Not an altogether wrong one, though. I suppose so. I didn't find any of the exams very hard, aside for maybe 1 or 2. Do you mind if I ask what studies you're pursuing in university? Yuko appears to generally brightens at the question. Actually, it might have been 2 people as crazy as Kenji. Also, you are Mikan. You need to accept it. Anthropology, to be specific. I'm specializing in history of classical. Why can't I read today? Athenian civilization and democracy. She really seems to know her stuff. Such enthusiasm is to be admired. It's nice to see her genuinely excited about something. I think that's where Ragnar and Yuko kind of branches off, because I don't think Ragnar is studying anthropology. I guess even somebody like Yuko can be happy if she has a visible road ahead of her. That's good if you... Both of us jump at the sudden interruption coming from my pocket. Apologizing profusely, I quickly shuffling into the hallway as I fumble with the cover of my mobile phone. I glance at the screen. Weird, it's a mobile number I don't recognize. Considering I can count the number of I can count the number of people with my number on one hand. I briefly wonder if it's some telemarketer that locked out. Hello, Hisao Nakai speaking. Also, what do you call it? I did have to briefly study history in university for one of my politics class. I had to take politics in order to get into arts. So yeah. Geez, pick up faster next time. Anyway, guess who? Oh no. It only takes me a second to recognize the distinctively deep, brass voice. Oh, it's Misha, never mind. But still, it's still oh no. Oh, I didn't give her the Valley Girl voice. I mean, the game didn't explain who it was, so now I can give. Hey Misha, didn't expect you to call me. Huh? Oh, it's Akira. Huh? You actually think I sound like her? Still, oh no. Because every time it's Misha, Akira, or Kenji, it ends up being a wild ride. No, Akira. I don't remember giving you my number though, so I thought I'd mess with you. Oh, that. I got Lilly to give it to me. Not hard. She positively brims with pride at the at the statement. She's trying to get me caught up in her pace, I know it. I suppose I shouldn't be surprised that the two would share my number though, given how close they are. So, what's up? You free right now? I guess. Why? Could you meet me at the park in town? I just want to talk to you about some stuff. Is this an invitation to a date? What? Of course not. She sounds suddenly crestfallen, her previous teasing nature having in- instantaneously left. It seems strange for her. Anyway, I don't see why not. Why do you want to meet? Kind of now-ish. Wait, right now? But it's the dead silence suddenly coming from the phone announces that the fact that she has unceremoniously hung up. For a long time, I just stand there, staring at the call-ended message on the screen, while replaying the conversation in my head. What the hell, Akira? Throwing a glance up and down the street, I cross the road and step into the park. I've learned to pace myself on such walks, mostly because Lily's slower speed during our forays into town means I have to consciously slow myself down. That aside, I hope Akira didn't expect me to be immediately prompt. Is that beer? It takes a couple of seconds to spot her, waiting on a bench with a can of beer in her hand. She has a little piercing. The look she gives she gives me as I walk up lacks any hint of acknowledgement of her greeting. What's with that look? I needn't have come, you know. I knew you would. You're that kind of person after all. I lower my brow at her remark as she she disposes of the can, emptied by the time I arrived, and the metallic clanking rings out. Akira takes a seat on the old wooden bench, and I follow her lead. She takes another can of beer from beside her and opens it before speaking, taking a large gulp. She seems to really like that stuff. I suppose I don't need to ask what this is about, or rather who it's about. I heard from Lilly that you asked about our family. They share more than phone numbers, that's for sure. I'd probably be very worried right now if it weren't for the lack of malice in her voice. Rather, her tone sounds almost wistful. Idle curiosity mostly. I have to admit, I'd never have guessed you two were half Scottish. She gives a weary chuckle of amusement. Also, apparently in development, Lily and Akira were supposed to be half South African, not Scottish. It was changed to Scottish later on. I've never heard that before, trust me. A small smile falls from her face. Her eyes look ahead distantly. Aside from the occasional elderly couple talking as they slowly walk the meandering paths and odd aging car, it's pleasantly quiet. She didn't tell you everything though, did she? It was pretty brief. Your parents live in Scotland. She hasn't met them since she was 12, and she wants to meet them again. It's always surprised me. how devoted she is to our parents, for all the good they did us. The way she says it sounds almost de- derisive. She gives a small sigh as if to quickly brush the feelings away. Why do you think they left, Hisao? Why do I think they left? From what Lily told me, it was because of work. I guess a pretty decent paying job was involved as well, given that your parents seem to live the way your parents seem to live. It doesn't help that one the COVID that one the why do you think they left to get milk? It doesn't help that one one of the most common COVID symptoms is confusion, and I'm already confused by default, so I'm like confused squared. So Lily went to a private school, and that's why she carries herself with the airs and grace of the upper class. Yeah, since the business in inverseness boomed, our father decided to move directly to the same city as its headquarters. It's just the conclusion I thought you'd come to. Though, you're too good-natured. You don't think they left for their career. I'm sitting here bitching to you about it. What do you think? Yamaku Academy. I've always felt that place was kinda creepy. Like it was an isolated hideaway for those proper society doesn't want to see nor hear. They probably just wrote the fact that Lily wasn't old enough to be shoved there by the time they left. A long silence follows her abrupt and very harsh criticism of her own parents and Yamaku. Lily's blindness is hardly something that could be simply ignored for a high-class family, attempting to make an appearance, much less so when a lucrative offer is on the table. Evidently, wait. If she met Kenji, they'd confirm her feelings on Yamaku. Lol. Eventually, Akira gives a derisive snort, her feelings coming to a head. Moving to secure our financial future with his job posting, even at that time, I hardly believe it. Not wanting to simply be an avenue for her venting, I gently tried to steer the discussion. So you stayed in Japan with Lily then? Either I stayed with her, or she went to live with an ailing grandfather and grandmother and grandfather. What about Shizune's family? If you're cousins then. Our fathers hate each other. I'd have been more than happy to tell them to go screw themselves and live with them anyway. But Lily wouldn't have wanted that. Yeah, I heard Shizune's dad's a dick. I'd also had an offer for a job by then, so we did our best to keep our parents' house in proper shape and tried to continue our lives as if they'd never left. So you just live by yourselves? Basically, Lily had school and I had my job, so we weren't exactly languishing? With her schooling, her study, and having to do chores while I worked, though, I can't help the feeling I failed her. In the end, I tried to be there for her, and screwed it up. Expecting a 19-year-old to be a mother for a blind child is ridiculous. So, Lily and Akira lived alone after their parents moved, with Lily largely taking care of herself. I guess that explains her apparent independence compared to many in Yamaku. I may have lived alone much of the time since my parents both worked, but that's just something else entirely. Sorry for making you listen to my moaning, Hisao. I don't mind at all, but do you mind if I ask why you're telling me all this? You're always curious. Context, I suppose. Life isn't a fairy tale, Hisao. Some people have to learn that the hard way. She takes a long drink from the can in her hand, her face becoming depressed then distant. Oh, we're having that typical moment where you're talking to a drunk businessman talking about how depressing life is. I broke up with my boyfriend a few days ago. After I leave, we're not going to be able to see much of each other again. But that's how life is. You can't just set your life up and expect it to stay that way forever. Sometimes stuff happens that you have to roll with. Even if it means hurting yourself or others. She takes a long breath before looking up at the bright orange sky. You're looking at the red sun over paradise? Damn. If I smoked, I could take a nice long drag right about now and look kinda cool. I want to respond to help her in whatever way I can. I feel utterly Okay. See you, Ragnar. This kind of situation is one I've never been in, and I simply don't have the experience to say anything meaningful to comfort her. Akira looks over and evidently picks up on this, much to my embarrassment. I must look pretty pathetic right now, whining about this to someone I barely know. Hardly, and I'm pretty much an expert on looking pathetic. She gives a chuckle. The act feeling like a personal victory for me. You're a good kid, Hisao. When I said that I approve of you being with my sister, I wasn't joking or just being nice. She picks herself up off the seat with a grunt that seems ill-fitting given her age and throws the now empty can into the bin after one last swig. It's just unfortunate that doesn't really count for much in this world. When I said I was leaving for Scotland, I was doing it because a good position opened up in our company's headquarters. When our folks told me that when we were at their place, though, they also gave Lily a summons to rejoin them in Inverness. No way. Her evasiveness when asked about her future, that awkwardness that had steadily grown between us, that uncharacteristic outburst of anger. Wait, what is this song called? Oh wow, this is pretty edgy. This song is called Shadow of Truth. All of them seemingly fit into place. The same family that she reminisced about Hanako's birthday party. The same family that left her and Akira to themselves after taking flight to greener pastures. Now I feel stupid for never cornering Lily on what was bugging her. I've never seen I've never even considered if something had happened during her trip to her family's home in at Everness. And now a sense of unease grows in my chest. If her family has summoned her to join them in Scotland, all all the way on the other side of the earth, has she accepted? Lily hasn't told me whether she plans to accept, and it seems she hasn't told you either. In the bad ending, she accepts. In the neutral ending, she wants to try maintain a long distance relationship, and the good ending, you'll see. That's why I called you down here to talk, Hisao. Context, huh? I sit back, my feelings of worry and frustration, no doubt, written all over my face. And in Hanako's route, we don't get that far. Like, we don't get into the part where Lily has to go back to her family. But she does say, this is kind of a spoiler, but she does say that she wants to stay in contact with Hanako. So, in Hanako's route, I assume you'll still be friends with Lily. Lily's a strong person, Hisao, but she's not infallible. I guess it's my job to worry about her, being her older sister. But I think that you deserve to know. I understand. You okay? You sound depressed. No, I'm just thinking. That's good. Thinking is good. Being rushed won't get you anywhere. She looks at her watch, barely moving her wrist. I've got to go. Will you be okay? I'll be fine. Don't worry. I'll have to talk to Lily about it and get everything sorted out. She gives a smile, but it doesn't feel all that genuine or sincere. Really, both of us are dancing around the fact that Lily's on the preface of the biggest decision of her life and is trying to take the entire burden on herself. And the part of that burden is the matter of our relationship. By the time I look up, Akira's already walking off with her hand held up. For the first time in a while, I finally have an answer to something. Perhaps not even that. But at least I now have the right question to ask. Will you leave or stay? Bum bum bum. We're going into the climax. If there's 30 minutes left, if there's 30 minutes left and Lily's route ends, then I'm not gonna go into Hanako's. Maybe. Hurry, Lily. I'm moving as fast as I can. I can barely make out Lily's voice from the deafening pounding of the rain. Even though I dislike pulling her around, the situation calls for it. I turn forward, my free hand over my head, in a futile attempt to at least keep my hair dry. My visions seem to be in grayscale. This really is rotten weather for summer, and the last cut of climate I'd want for a date. A pity I'd even checked the weather forecast beforehand. I think it's raining to make this more dramatic. One of the very few times I've ever done so, only for it to say that Sunday afternoon would be fine. Looking at Lily, her shoulders are now completely drenched, with her right hand holding tightly to mine and her left gripping her retractable cane. This horrid downpour came on just as we were between our destination and Yamaku, so deciding to try rush the rest of the distance rather than doubling back. Entirely unused to moving this fast, Lily uses all her concentration just to avoid tripping over. Hisao, do you know where we're going? Even she's reduced to shouting to try and be heard over the combination of noise of the wind and the rain. The rest of my voice is completely drowned out by an even heavier burst of rain.
The what?
The Shanghai.
How far is it?
It shouldn't be far now. It doesn't take long before I call out to her again. It looks like we're safe. It's just up ahead. I quickly pull up to a stop just in front of the familiar exterior. The lantern outside still gives off its reliable glow, and wait for Lily to catch her breath before going in. Ladies first. The tiny bell inside rings out when I hold the door for her, a smile and a polite nod being my reward before entering myself. As I step in behind, As I step in behind her and wipe my feet, only a quick glance is necessary to notice the distinct lack of activity. The Shanghai doesn't seem to have to get much in a way of patronage, and today is no different. Only a couple of tables are occupied. Summoned by the bells ringing, a most expected person comes to greet us. Welcome to the Shanghai! Yuko looks chipper today. Chipper? Chipper. Yeah, chipper. Chipper today. Trying to predict her moods is pretty hard, but it's a nice change from the norm.
Hello, Yuko.
Hey. Good afternoon, you two. She takes a deep bow, somewhat taken back. Someone taken aback as she rights herself again and gets a better look at us. What happened to you? You both look... Her eyes drift towards the glass door. The glass of the door behind us. Oh dear. Have you noticed something? Ever since we started dating Lily, she hasn't said ara ara. We're inside now at least. I think it's the most important thing.
It's nice and cozy. You're lucky to be working inside today.
It's been nice and quiet. I like days like this. Oh wait, I'm sorry. Is there anything you'd like?
French vanilla tea, please.
I'll have the same. Right, coming right up. She quickly scatters off with a determined look on her face. Trying very hard not to forget our orders. If nothing else, she is at least dedicated to her jobs. I lead Lily to an empty seat before the two of us settle down. As usual, there's a large difference between my exhausted flopping down into my seat and Lily's delicate sliding into hers, her cane set beside her. For a while, I just idly watched the rain falling outside. The occasional person runs down the street trying to stay as dry as possible, hands often tightly gripping a rain-soaked umbrella. Lily sits just as quietly as I. Oh wow, that sounds very fancy, the way they wrote that. Her eyes close as she intently listens to all that's happening. It's a comfortable, relaxing silence that exists between us, just the type that we'd so often shared together in the past months. For Lily, at least. I can't help replaying the words of her sister in my mind, at times contrasting them to both our time spent together since I entered Yamaku, and to the way we've been since we started dating. No matter how much I try, I can't work Lily out. It's as if the harder I try to second guess her emotions and her potential decision, the more difficult it becomes to reach a clear conclusion. It makes me doubt whether I'd even really understood her. In the end, I'm going to have to ask her, even though I very much want to avoid doing so.
You seem quiet today, Isao.
Really?
You seem so enthusiastic about taking me out on a date. I assumed you had something specific you wanted to do.
No, not really. Just wanted to spend some time with you.
Is that so?
Fine. There is one thing. A small grin finds itself onto Lily's face, knowing full well that she's bested me. It makes me it 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 makes me what I want it makes what I want to say all the more awkward. It was just Akira and I were talking.
Oh,
What's with that tone?
you two seem to be getting well. You two seem to get on well, don't you?
Wait, did I read that right?
You, you two do seem to get on well, don't you?
Well, I do think she's a pretty cool person to talk with. It'd be nice if any of the teachers were anything like her.
Cool.
For a, for a moment, I tried to place my I tried to place her tone of voice, my mouth curling into a smoke as I realized it. You're not jealous, are you?
I'm not jealous.
After after her teasing me over such a thing on our first date, I don't feel too bad having a little laugh at her expense this time around. As we settle down, though, it's only a minor distraction from the real point of why I brought Lily here. Don't worry, it was just mostly everyday stuff. That said, there was something Akira mentioned that I wanted to talk to you about. When you went to see your family in Inverness, a while back, she said,
Akira told you about my family's summons, hasn't she?
you missed Ragnar. Also, you missed blindfold blindfold fun time. But adult mode is off, so you would have missed it anyways. What's this called? Moment of decision. Seconds tick. Seconds tick by. I tried to read Lily's face, an odd mixture of feelings written on it. She seemed annoyed, but also somewhat confused. Here. Yuko tentatively slides our drinks onto the table, her presence oddly small. As she walks back to the counter after a quick, polite nod, I realize the air between me and Lily is thick, and our expressions are both somewhat pensive.
Even though she says I should lead my own life, she still interferes at the worst times.
I don't think you should blame Akira here. She's just looking out for you, and it's not like I can't understand her concern over this. Lily's irritation gives way to an awkward and largely unsuccessful attempt to mask her feelings. She really doesn't deal well with being cornered on personal topics.
I know, but I just wanted some more time. I knew you'd figure it out eventually, but...
Yeah, that's why in the fandom it's kind of a... Well, it's not really a joke because it's true. Lily's kind of a top. You were intentionally hiding this from me. How long were you planning to do so?
As I said, I simply wanted more time to think it through. I wanted to be sure with my decision before telling you.
What did you decide to do in the end? I know what I want to say, but an awful feeling refuses to leave my gut.
My family does dearly want me to return to them, and Akira will be going as well. I could still teach as a career, whether it be here or there.
So, you're going? How long have you known? I already know you were asked when you first went to Scotland. About a month ago.
Some time.
My frustration very nearly boils over. The fact that she's done this affects me more than it should. For her to not only be leaving, but to have been actively hiding her plans from me, and after seeming for so long to be the one solid pillar of support and reliability I could depend on. It feels as if the foundation underneath me is suddenly shifting drastically, much faster than I could adapt to. Perhaps this isn't so much frustration as sheer unease.
Lily, I'm sorry. I just wanted to think this through completely. I wasn't trying to take advantage of you, please.
I know, Lily. I know. This is just really sudden. I guess this really means that once you go, we'll be breaking up. Like I said, in the bad ending, she leaves and you break up. In the neutral ending, she leaves but she promises she'll try to maintain a long distance relationship. The good ending is what we're going through right now because of the choices I've made. And I'm not gonna spoil it. For one of the few times I've seen since I met her, she's generally lost for words. She doesn't look surprised, no doubt because the fact had dawned on her once she became sure of her decision, but rather she appears generally unsure of how to deal with the situation now that it's in front of her.
We could try pursuing a long-distance relationship. They're getting more and more common these days, after all.
I'm trying to make her sound desperate. I'm not sure if I'm doing a good job. Even as she says it, the tone of her voice gives away that she doesn't really believe what she's saying. I mean, if Katawa Shoujo was in the day and age of smart devices, then yeah. I mean, I did have a friend who had to break up with his girlfriend because she was moving to another state. But I have another friend who broke up, who lives in another country but is currently studying in Australia. He has a girlfriend who lives here, and they haven't broken up, and they're maintaining a healthy long-distance relationship via devices. Lily is far too old-fashioned to be able to cope with a relationship without any kind of physical presence. And even I am, to an extent. All we would ever be to each other would be a voice from the other side of the world. In the end, trying to rationalize everything is futile. Any attempts to try and connect what's happening with the future or past just seems to get more difficult the more I concentrate. The quiet moments when we just walked side by side, the precious times we spent with Hanako and Akira, the casual chatter we had during lunchtimes, the times we made love, the confessions of our feelings to each other. All pointless, all just a fleeting moment of our young lives. We're just two children pretending to be adults, aren't we? I mean, you're both 18. A long, long silence hang in the air between us. The noise of the other patrons drinking and talking only makes the situation feel more strange and disconnected. Lily's face remains low, her dejected expression clouding it.
I'm sorry, Isao.
A simple apology and no more. She's left entirely without further response or comment. With a long sigh, I gather what's left of my thoughts and ask the final question I have for her. When will you be going?
I'll be leaving with Akira, so it'll be less than a week.
The beginning of summer holidays?
Just a little afterward, yes.
Her tone is unusually slow and steady, her apologetic and depressed mood all the more written on her face as she tries to hide it in her voice. In the end, I can't even keep my promise to going to Tabana- Tanabata with her before she leaves. Oh, we're back at this, I guess. I look down, seeing my face reflected by the now lukewarm cup of dejected tea sitting in front of me. She had the same expression. I really thought I'd left this kind of expression behind. For a while, I just stared down into the still surface, trying to sort through my emotions to get at what course of action I should take, whether it be now or in the future. But just as before, the effort is wasted. I glance up to see Lily gently sipping her cooled tea without complaint, her face drawn and shoulders slumped. She looks so deep in thought too. A strangely cold atmosphere coming between us as we isolate ourselves to mull over things. Even as Lily's cup slowly empties, mine remains untouched. It's a long time before I notice the rain dying down outside and few other patrons of the Shanghai having left. What's this called again? Breathlessly. The chill of the rapidly darkening evening permeates the dormitory hallways. While trudging down the corridor to my room, I see an unwelcome movement up ahead. Sure enough, the opening of the door opposite mine heralds the arrival of a bespectacled Kenji. Hey man, what's... Oh dude, you look awful, I think. You okay? He really has a knack for making any situation better. I don't really want to go into it. It's late. Okay, that's cool. If you ever want to talk about it, I'm here. You know, here. I look at him for a moment before surrendering my stern forward and awkwardly scratching the back of my neck, embarrassed by my standoffish response to him. Thanks, Kenji. It's cool. That's what friends are for, right? Yeah, you're right. See ya. I open the door to my own dorm room and close it behind me as he quickly waves me off. The solid thud the door makes against the doorframe sounds out a final call for the life I've led since coming to Yamaku. I stand in my darkened room, ruthlessly attempting to work out what I should do from this point onwards. Just what should I do? Katawa Shoujo. As class ends, I simply rest my head on my hand and stare out of the window to pass the time. It's been a few days since Lily told me her plans. I haven't been to our ordinary lunchtime haunt since then. Not that there would be much point. Hanako's been busy with the newspaper club she's newly joined, and has even begun talking in class with Naomi every now and then. Even Lilly, aside from the fact that a meeting between us would have been awkward in any case, has been ran off her feet with class representative duties as the summer holidays approach. Wait, the school year hasn't even ended! And Lily's moving to Scotland? And now that... this... yeah... And now they're just about here. And the end of... with the end of today's bell, the summer holidays will have begun. I suppose that's all I'll end up with doing. I suppose that all I'll end up doing will be visiting my parents for the duration and lazing about my old home, now that my previous plans are entirely askew. Meanwhile, Akira and Lily are en route to Scotland to live out the rest of their lives there. No matter how hard I try to rationalize the idea that once the summer holidays begin, my life will return to the way it was, it simply refuses to happen. Everyone's moving on with their lives. Lily's rejoining her family, Akira's moving up her father's business, Hanako's gaining new friends and hobbies, and even Yuko's moving ahead with her university aspirations. Even I'm moving forward in the end, with the grades I've gotten so far in Yamaku, much less after such a rocky beginning. The path to get into teaching science as a career seems straightforward. I suppose I should at least be happy about that much, but it shouldn't really seem to help. It doesn't really seem to help. Hey, Hee-chan. I quickly stopped my ruminating and turned to face the bubbly voice beside me, putting on the most upbeat expression I could muster. As expected, Shizune starts flanking her. I have a sneaking suspicion they want something from me. Hey Misha, Shizune, what's up? Well, Shi-chan and I were thinking, since we're just two poor girls that need help with all the work we've been given just before the holidays begin, sure I can help. But Hee-chan, we really need... What? I think I broke Misha. Even Shizune raises an eyebrow at her accomplished stuttering stop in her tracks. So you'll help us, Hee-chan? I just said I would, didn't I? It's hardly like I have anything better to do. Maybe helping them with their work will help take my mind off the situation. Misha seems generally eccentric with my response, but Shizune's expression is clouded and difficult to read. I find myself quickly averting my eyes from her own, as it almost looks like a face of pity. No doubt, it's just my imagination. Even if everyone leaves you, Misha is always there. Oh, how wholesome. Best girl, Misha. Even though she's the bad ending for Shizune. This is hardly the first time I've been in the student council room. Indeed, I found myself down here often, either to help Lily with class rep work, or to sort out one thing or another with the student council itself. Now though, it's quite a different place. Oh wow, an old-fashioned laptop. Papers and folders are strewn across every table in the room. Only a solidarity little black laptop atop a single desk, sticking out from the mess. It was positively ancient, and I'd guess it has been valiantly serving its task in archiving information for years and years. So, what needs doing? This looks like a lot to do. Shizune's expression becomes determined as she signs. It's a worrying look.
Everything, Hee-chan.
My worry was well placed. Everything you say.
What's left on the desk? What's left on the desk is what needs to be done. It all needs to be digitally recorded, which is what the laptop is for.
I'm guessing I'll be the one doing this.
Shi-chan said she saw you with computers in the library a few days ago, and you seem really good with them.
Good with computers? I can touch type. I guess. I can touch type, I guess. But it still seems like an overestimation of my skills. I was just typing up homework. Wait, Shizune was watching me do that? They could have asked Hanako. Hanako is a lot better at this.
One must know their allies before they can know their enemies, of course.
Ah, that's pretty wise. For once, it's not very hard to work out who said that. Nonetheless, it doesn't seem worth fighting over. Sitting at a computer doing some typing hardly seems honest as far as tasks to help Shizune and Misha go.
Besides, it will help to take your mind off things.
Take my mind off things? Take my mind off what things? Misha's face goes blank as she translates for Shizune, though the latter's response is only to glance towards the window after briefly signing. Misha's face quickly returns to a smile as she translates back. She was confused. I guess, but Shizune is harder to pin down.
I was just thinking you might
You may like to take your things off the exams, of course. Either way, we may as well get into it sooner rather than later. I'll go along with you.
That's the spirit, Hee-chan.
And that's the 5th spreadsheet, compiled and saved. Time for next month's. After a bit of fussing around, we all managed to get a bit more organized. Shizune has been gathering up the loose sheets and thankfully sorting them out into a neat pile next to me. Meanwhile, Misha's been handling the manual writing work. Her girly pink pen makes its unmistakable mark on paper after paper. Once I got into a rhythm, this really wasn't so bad. Shizune and Misha also seem to be in the swing of things, wordlessly communicating as they go about their business with fervor. I periodically glance at the sheet beside the laptop, apparently a list of student names and matching address, as I dutifully enter the data written on it. I don't pay a lot of attention on what I'm typing in until I reach about midway down this page. Hakamichi, class 3-3, huh? Her family's home is in Saitama. My idle curiosities ended abruptly as 3 light taps can be heard rapping on the door. Misha quickly skips over to check who it is, tapping Shizune's shoulder on the way past to let her companion know what's happening. Ah, you're here. Who is it? With a slight pause to enter Shizune's data into the file along with all the others, I look up to see who's at the door. Lilly? After giving a cursory nod to Misha, in greeting, I just saw that all my friends, some of my friends who don't even know each other, are playing Stardew Valley. I really want to play that game, but I want to learn how to draw first. She perks up her head in her trademark manner. Is that Isao? She's pretty damn good at working out my voice and the smallness of phrase nowadays. Yeah, it's me. Hey. The atmosphere feels slightly awkward as she bows. Neither of us knows how intimate we should be around each other, given she's leaving in just a matter of hours. It's just a fact that thankfully neither the oblivious Misha or the hardworking Shizune pick up on. So, you got work to do as well? Unfortunately, I arrived as soon as I could, but my class held me up with a surprise farewell party, and I had to get changed. I glance at the laptop's clock. It's pretty much the end of lunchtime, so I'm guessing Lilly managed to wriggle the last period off as well. I take it Shizune is here as well. The student council. Of course! I've been here during all of lunchtime as well. The last comment was really not needed. Shizune's baiting Lilly into another argument. I can feel it. I'm sorry I can't be as hardworking as you, Shizune. I'll endeavor to hire more lackeys to do my work in the future, I assure you. And Lilly just took the bait, escalating things further. But aren't you the one always outsourcing work to your classmates? The difference is that they choose to help, unlike your tyrannical grip on your own class. Tyranny works! Wait, what? Tyranny works. Even if we did things differently, we should still get the same results, right? This is a school, not a police state. Wait, this is a school, not a police state. Wait, yeah, I did say that right. You'll have to remind me when you were appointed class monarch, I'm afraid. You have to seize power. It's not as good if it's handed over to you. But I guess you wouldn't really understand that, right? You'll have to remind me when monarchs were elected into their positions. Lilly positively bristles at this. Shizune's two-hit combo forces her into defense. Yet for all your vented power, you cannot get one person to help you without forcing him. But he still volunteered. He's such a hard worker. He's doing this instead of meaningless socialization, right? Is that so, Isao? This is bad. I really ended up between a rock and a hard place. As much as it pains me to do this, the truth has at least a chance of stopping the argument here and now. It's okay, Lilly. They didn't harass me to come or anything. Lilly gives a disapproving grimace, slightly radiating her stronger feeling of displeasure in my general direction. She can be quite scary when she wants to be, though thankfully that isn't often. Ii-chan, you sound You make that sound like it's a regular occurrence. It isn't. In the end, it doesn't matter as long as everything's getting done at a good pace. Let's just get this work over so we can go home. Shizune snorts derisively and gets back to marking off the sheet in front of her, while Lily sighs and finds herself along the room, with her hand following the filing cabinet lined along the wall. This would mark the only time I've managed to successfully defuse one of these situations, but grudgingly ceasefire built around mutual fear and respect makes this feel more like a cold war than any real peace. I can't take all the credit though. Lily's leaving has surely affected Shizune to some extent, to make her give up so easily. Moments before getting back to my work, I noticed Lily reaching up to grab something from the filing cabinet. I almost offered to help, but her height gives her ample ability to take it down safely. Once she gets the strangely shaped device on the desk beside me, I realize that it is sort of as she takes the old green covering off the seats down. Oh, it's a typewriter. At first glance, it seems to be an old metallic blue typewriter, but it doesn't take me long to realize it's far from ordinary. It has far fewer keys than expected, and those it does show no lettering printed on them. Only the shadows cast by the tiny braille dots on them give a hint to the thing's purpose. Blind typewriter? Oh, this? Well, you're not far off. It's normally called a Perkins Brailler, but it's basically a typewriter for the blind, yes. It pressed braille into page rather than text, which is why it has fewer keys. Huh, that's really neat. She gives a lighthearted grin at my curiosity over it. I have to admit that it appeals to my sense of novelty. Without further ado, we each get back to our allotted task. The loud clanking of the mechanics in Lily's brailler and the tapping of the laptop's old and weary keyboard quickly fills the room. It's a nice atmosphere, really. Everyone knows what they have to do, and Lily and I get to sit beside each other and exchange the odd word as we work away. Nostalgic, that's what it feels like. It's pleasant, but just slightly stained with the knowledge that our time together is nearing its end. Excuse me, Misha. To properly address her, Misha bounces over from the filing cabinet. She's peering into, in spite of Lily's lack of sight. For a moment, I think it's strange, but then realize it's exactly what I do. What's up? Could you ask Shizune where the attendance records for 3-2 are? I think they've been moved. Okie dokie. And with that, she falters off to Shizune, who's working at a table behind us. Lily's familiarity with the council room and efficiency with which she works reminds me that she, Misha, and Shizune used to all work together in the student council. Maybe this is a fitting end for her stay in Yamaku, working away just like she used to, surrounded by those she loves and at least liked. I look up, getting taken off guard by Shizune, sorting through a drawer rather than Misha. Sure enough, she plucks out a manila folder, entirely blank save for just barely visible bumps on its front, and holds it in front of Lilly. Lily's hand tilts over it to check what it is, Lily feeling the dots of braille and confirming it's what she asked for. Thank you, Misha. No reply. No reply, that is, save for the odd grin. No smile on Shizune's face. A couple of seconds pass click before Lily clicks that it isn't Misha behind her, but Shizune. Her momentary look of surprise is replaced by a slightly bashful smile. For a few moments, the room is all but still and silent. Eventually, though, Shizune strides back to her workstation and Lily begins typing once again. It only lasted a handful of seconds in all, but it feels like years of communication were made up in that one silent exchange. Oh wow, that's awesome. There, finished. I lean my back and rub my eyes to try and work away the weirdness. Staring at the small and rather poor screen has taken its toll. Excellent timing. The only thing left is to file these away, and I'll have my workload down as well. Good. I can pack up the brailer and put it away while you do that. Thank you, Hisao. Misha, are you and Shizune far from being done? I look around for the two as I replace the cover of the brailer, only to see them waiting at the door. I guess they must be waiting for us. COVID is not helping with my confusion. With a minimum wasted time, we file and pack up everything that remains and join them. Thanks for waiting, you two. I couldn't just take off without you, Hee-chan. You've been a great help. Shizune nods approvingly, pleased with my efforts. I guess that's the last class representative work done and over with then. That's right. I'll miss you, Lily. I think it was fun working with you. Thank you, Misha. It's been good working with you. And Shizune. Shizune thinks for a moment before formulating her response. It's not that she often communicates without thinking, quite the opposite, but this time it's even more considered than usual. Misha looks a little surprised before passing on the message. Sanchez, you better do your work over there better than you did here. Far from taking offense, Lily giggles in her hand. If that's the case, then tell Shizune to give those still here a little more understanding in the future. Competitive until the last. Maybe Shizune and Lily aren't so different after all. Shi-chan says that she'll be checking to make sure you live up to your end of the promise. Then that's how it'll be. I'd better be off then. Goodbye, Shizune. Goodbye, Misha. They're still going to be... It looks like Lily and Shizune are still going to be in contact. I mean, they are cousins. Sao? Lily takes a hold of my arm in hers. There being no need for a cane if I'm here to guide her. With a nod of farewell to the two, we set off out the door and make our way to the school grounds. As I turn to wave goodbye to them, I notice Shizune's gaze lingering on Lily. They may annoy each other, but family bonds aren't easily broken. Got all your papers sorted then?
Yes. They've all been filed out and handed in.
On top of things, as always, aren't you? She gives an earnest smile at the compliment, but feels as if her happiness is just a veneer over the fact that she's fully aware of how much she's leaving behind. It reminds me of how she was like when I first met her, always smiling, always that a little bit aloof, always the very little distance away from everyone. Even now, she still maintains that air around many others, especially those she's not close to. I had hoped that our time together would have changed that fact. Our pace slows, the two of us coming to a halt in the all but empty school gardens. Ooh. Hola. Welcome back. Looks like I might be going to overtime.
Hisao, is something that...
Lily's words are cut as I turn and wrap my arms around her, pulling her tight. I may not usually be given to such impulsive actions, but I just want to be close to her, even if it's the last time I'll be able to. All the students have retreated to their dormitories and homes, only the ruffling of leaves and the breeze making any sound whatsoever. As I draw back, I can see she has dropped her carefully maintained smile. Her head hesitates, wanting neither to leave nor to stay on my features. Yeah, Lily has confirmed she's leaving, but because I'm getting the good ending, we'll see. I think you weren't here. But I did explain because I'm not doing the bad ending for Lily and the neutral ending for Lily. In the bad ending for Lily, you just break up and she goes to she lives to Scotland. Or Scotland, yeah. And then in the neutral ending, she still leaves for Scotland. Yeah, this is the good ending. You'll see how it ends. This is on the way to it. In the neutral ending, Lily leaves, but you guys don't break up. She says she wants to maintain your relationship. In the good ending, something else happens. You'll see soon. She's putting up a brave show, but her slight trembling gives her away. Lily may be able to control herself well, but even she couldn't hold her composure together now. This is the woman I've come to love, but also the one who in all too short a time will leave the country forever.
I'm sorry, Hisao.
It's okay. You've got your own life to lead, after all. We walk up the hallway in the girls' dormitory, hand in hand, our emotions by now largely quelled. Nevertheless, our hands grip each other much more tightly than before. Faint muffled voices can be heard from Lily's room, the origins of which aren't difficult to guess. The moment she opens the door, Hanako bursts through the wraps bursts through and wraps her arms around Lily, taking her very obviously by surprise.
Lily?
Hanako?
I'm going to miss you, Lily. As expected, she's on the verge of tears. Lily gently rubs Hanako's hair and her hand in response, then pulls back and gives a warm, reassuring smile. Looking beyond Hanako, Akira can be seen getting up from the side of Lily's bed and scratching her head. It's no guess that in Hanako's good ending, it kind of leads to something akin to Lily's neutral ending, because you don't go to the holiday house in Hanako's ending because her route happens earlier. Lily will still want to keep in contact with Hanako, no matter what ending you have. So, if you are dating Hanako in her route, it looks like you'll still be friends with Lily, but overall, yeah. Her eyes turn from Lily and Hanako to me. A stilted, weak smile hanging on her face. I try to return a more genuinely happy look, but the result is probably just the same. So, everything set? Managed to hold back from killing Shizune? They had a very wholesome moment, Shizune and Lily, because you guys weren't here. The comment draws an amused giggle from her sister. Yes, I have everything in order. And yes, I managed not to. Have you packed everything you need? Got 2 bags right here, but there's still some stuff left at the Hakemichi's home. I can pick that up while we wait there for tomorrow. While we wait there for tomorrow evening's flight, though. Akira gives the 2 large black traveling bags on the floor a hearty pat. She probably came to help pack and make sure everything is in order on Lily's end before going together with her.
Lily, will you be okay over there?
I'll be alright, I assure you. I'll have Akira looking after me as well. And you know that she's reliable.
But
don't worry, Hanako. I have your phone number after all. So we can stay in touch. With Akira's help, I can send you some things over the internet as well. Hey, don't use me just because you wouldn't learn how to use a computer. Hanako and Lily both giggle briefly, the mood lightening ever so little. That goes for you too, though, Hesao. I promise I'll contact you once I'm in Scotland. I know, I'll be looking forward to it. At least her offer may be kind, but we both know this is a tendiment to breaking up. Neither of us has any illusion as to how well we'll manage a long-distance relationship. The neutral ending implies that they managed to maintain it for a bit. With nary a word of prompting, the 4 of us begin the long, solemn walk to the school gate. The numerous lamps scattered around Yamaku grounds fail to do much than provide pinpoints of light in an otherwise dense darkness. A car parked on the road just outside the school grounds comes into view, its shining black exterior reflecting the dimly lit lamps of Yamaku. I call out to Akira in an effort to alleviate a bit the heavy atmosphere. That your car? What kind is it? Don't know much about cars, do you? It's a Lancer Evo. Solid and speedy. I don't know about cars. Well, it's not as if her comment on my knowledge is off the mark.
I've never really taken an interest in them. She gives a small sigh. She's been good. Pity I have to part with it tomorrow. Just like the summer house. You guys were the last to visit before it changed hands. Turning back from my rather faulty attempts at small talk, I glance at Hanako and Lily following behind us. By rights, Hanako should be leading Lily, but it's rather definitely the other way around as she clings tightly to Lily's arm. It's a depressing sight. So, I guess this is it.
Indeed.
Although, the time for everyone to say their farewells is now. Nobody really wants to take the first step. It's as if the longer nobody speaks, the better the chances of them simply not leaving.
Lily, do you really have to go?
I'm sorry, Hanako. I won't be leaving you forever, though. I can still call you. Hisao will still be here as well.
Also, there's something called visitation, like, you know, buying a plane ticket to visit every once in a while. I nod, but Hanako just clutches all the tighter to Lily's arm. After spending so long without anyone to call family, it must be excruciating to have to say goodbye to the one person that was as close to you, as close to a mother as anyone could have been in her life. Lily lets out a long, sad breath. All Akira and I can do is stand by quietly on the sidelines, since the only person that can solve this would be Lily herself. Eventually, Lily pulls her arm from Hanako's grip and holds both of her shoulders gently. A much more decisive way of address than I've seen Lily take with her.
Hanako, remember when we first met? When you entered my room for the first time, after overhearing my consoling of a friend, you didn't say a word for the entire night, as I poured you tea and talked. You sat silently and simply listened to what I said. It took many quiet meetings like that before you began to open up to me, but as you began to, I felt some of the happiest moments I've ever felt. I didn't become your friend because I pitied you, Hanako. I became your friend because I knew you were hiding not just from me, but from everyone. Your ambitions, personality, interests, taste.
I'm trying to sound as sad as possible with Lily. I think I'm failing.
I didn't know any of them, and neither did anybody else. As you showed yourself to me, though, I began to realize the person that you were, and became sure that our meeting was a very special moment.
But
Lily's words cut short as she brings her hand to Hanako's head and brushes her bangs to the side, gently pressing her lips to Hanako's forehead. Oh, it's like a motherly kiss. As she pulls her head back, leaving Hanako all but speechless, and her eyes moist, Lily beams a wide smile.
I believe you are a very beautiful person, Hanako, and I am certain that you will become a strong and confident woman. You are a very dear friend, and someone whom I love very much. Just like Hisao, I will never forget you as long as I live. I may be leaving, but you have your own life to lead, just as I do. You have your own friends and hobbies, and your own hopes after graduation. I want you to devote yourself to them, even after I'm not around anymore.
And this explains all the shipping, Hanako and Lily. This explains all the Hanako and Lily shipping. This is also one of the reasons why people were upset that there's no, like, harem ending with the two of them. Actually, a lot of people are a lot more upset that, there's no harem ending with all of them.
This is why I think you will be okay. Because you are your own self. With your own life. You yourself proved that to me.
Hanako lowers her head in embarrassment, but nods as she does so.
I understand. I know I have to say goodbye. I know you have to go your own way. But thank you. Thank you, Lily, for everything.
Thank you, Hanako. Will you be okay? Will you be okay?
There are a few seconds of silence before the answer comes.
I will.
That's why we have mods.
Lily smiles, undoubtedly, at least partly in relief. That makes me happy then. Goodbye.
Goodbye, Lily.
And farewell to you two as well. Hisao.
Goodbye. I'll miss you. She pauses for a moment before walking up to me, her hand outstretched in front of her. Takes a hold of my shoulder. Her hand slowly and daintily reaches towards my face, taking my cheek in her palm. For a while, she simply holds my face, her fingers just slightly moving to take in its contours. Usually her hand would be warm, but doing such a thing, but the night's air given her skin a cold edge. I'm not sure how long we stay like this, her clouded eyes pointed just below my own as she wears a wistful, almost distant smile. Eventually, though, I take her cold hand in mine. It's difficult to do so, but with a slight sigh, I gently remove her hand from my cheek. I hope you'll live a long and happy life, Lily, no matter where you go.
Thank you. I'll make sure to.
She takes a long, trembling breath before turning slightly towards Akira's direction. In the neutral ending, I think it ends here.
Akira?
Okay. With a nod, she takes Lily's hand and guides her to the car parked outside the gates. They both walk slowly and they're deliberately, as if their movements had been rehearsed in advance. It's strange to feel like this now, watching somebody leave Yamaku. The feeling of unease I feel now reminds me of the first time I walked through those black wrought iron gates that always looked far too pompous for what they were. As they leave, all of us know full well that our lives are irreversibly changing. I've always told myself that I that I just have to take life as it comes, but everything's changing so fast, so suddenly. In the end, Lily's an irreplaceable the lives of both Hanako and me. The sound of Akira opening the passenger door for Lily brings me out of my thoughts. Her hand waved back as Lily gets in. See ya, guys. Take care of yourselves.
Goodbye, Hanako. Goodbye, Hisao.
Hanako's hand quickly shoots up, Her face brightens by her enthusiastic farewell.
Goodbye, Lily. Goodbye.
See you. See you, Akira. Goodbye, Lily. The door shuts as we put on our best farewell faces. Akira getting in the car herself and starting it up in short measure. Lily's hand can just be seen waving through the tinted windows, both our hands waving as well. Alexa, play Despacito. Just as every other time I've done such things, I can't quite work out precisely why I or Hanako wave to her, given that she's never going to see us doing so. But it doesn't matter. Even if the black shiny car goes down the hill and disappears into the dark night, we carry on waving and seeing Akira and Lily off. You'll see. If this is the neutral ending, it ends here, I'm pretty sure. And then they're gone. A strange stillness takes over as our hands return to our side. You'll see. It's not a smash, but you'll see. Also, this is where a lot of Lily's critics come from. Like, a lot of them believe that Lily is selfish. Like, yeah, she's literally Hanako's only parental figure, or close to a parental figure, and she has a boyfriend, but she still chooses to leave for people who left her behind. No, not in front of everybody! I don't quite know what to do, what I should do, or how I should feel. In the end, we just stand there, staring down at where this car disappeared from sight.
Goodbye, Lily.
All I can do in responding to her quiet, mournful goodbye is to place a hand on her shoulder. She looks at me for a few moments before looking down the hill, secure in the knowledge that I'm still around for her. Sure, why not? What we'll do from now on doesn't seem all that uncertain. We all have our own ambitions now, just as Lily said. But even so, it feels like there's a certain missing part in both of our lives now, something that can never be replaced. Unless... Imagine I accidentally activated the neutral ending instead of the good ending. Oh, Hanako. Oh, snap. Oh. That face. Oh well, Hanako, Lily's gone. Wanna replace her in Smash? The snap of my mobile phone's closing contrasts with the ambient clatter and noise audible even in the hallway outside the library. It's the first day of the summer holidays. A time that had perpetually seemed so far away, and yet it's here now. Only here. It's here, not... Wait, it's now not only here, but also made painfully obvious by the students or lack of their left in the school. In front of... Most students have returned home to spend the holidays with relatives by now. The few that are left are mostly chattering between themselves, usually about what they intend to do in the coming weeks. You guys are obsessed with smashing. It makes me feel like the odd one out for taking advantage of the school library being open for the first several days of the holidays. Ostensibly, it's the students. It's for the students to drop off any books they borrowed and have yet to return. But for those who have their parents pick them up, to help pass the time until they get whisked away. Thanks to the recently lengthy phone calls from my parents, which had so rudely woken me from my sleep on a beanbag at the back of the library, I'm now in the latter category. Sliding my phone back into my pocket, this time remembering to set it to silent, I go back into the quiet and wholly placid room. Placid room? Placid? Pleasant? It's a nostalgic sight, just as when Lily first led me to the library. The orange tint of sunset bathes the room in its light, while Hanako sits on a beanbag, slightly reading, and Yuko fusses, just barely visible behind the counter. So I assume Lily either comes back or find a way to take... You'll see. Hanako especially has been noticeably more quiet than usual since yesterday's happenings, but I can't really blame her. It wasn't just me that depended on that person after all. I quietly walked back to the beanbag near her, where I'd sat before, being deathfully careful not to make any unnecessary noise. She illegally... The soft puff it gives as the beanbag takes my weight makes Hanako's eyes flatter towards me, only for a second. I get a feeling that Hanako's been quiet, only part of sadness following Lily's departure. Rather, she seems more thoughtful and measured than I'd expected, perhaps due to her desire of working out how to deal with Lily's leaving, rather than just being depressed over it. It makes me a little proud of her. Hey, Hanako?
Yeah?
Still going ahead with your idea of traveling? She gives a determined nod. I have a headcanon that if Lily breaks up with Hisao either in the bad ending or the neutral ending, Hisao probably ends up dating Hanako. I don't know, something just tells me that's probably what will happen.
I'll be starting in a day or two. Naomi's decided to come with me too.
Wow, quick start. Where are you two headed to first?
I think we're going to start by going north, then loop down and go southward.
So Hokkaido's going to be first? She gives another nod, more tentative than the last. The significance of that place is lost not to either of us. Do you know how you're going to handle the traveling expenses and accommodations? Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I've worked out everything. I think it should be okay. Naomi says she has her side worked out too.
You know, if you need anything, you could just call, right? I gave you my number. I gave you my number before. Any time of the day is fine. He gives a smile, which is itself feels like a small personal victory.
I know. Thanks, Isel.
Maybe Lily was right. Although I may offer Hanako any help I can possibly give, I feel as if I now know she doesn't need it. She really has grown. Hanako's plans for her holidays are in sharp contrast to my simple following of my parents' suggestion to stay with them. So you gave me your phone number, but I don't have a phone. Holidays had always made me feel less excited than most, though, so maybe this is just a return to the status quo. Before my heart attack, I'd always lived so aimlessly that holidays all that aren't all that different from my everyday life anyway. Also, Lily's just about to leave now. They went to Lily and Akira are stayed over at Shizune's house, and what they'll leave afterwards. So last night when we said goodbye to them, they went to Shizune's house. After school, I'd wander around a bit in the city, often hang out with some friends, before making my way home to eat dinner with usually one of my parents, but rarely both. Their work schedules didn't leave much time for them to be home, and going there straight after school would just have meant I'd end up feeling bored. I was an urbanite through and through. Since coming to Yamaku though, it feels like I've fundamentally changed as a person. The phone call with my parents erased my trace of doubt. I might have held on that in any case. While before I had exercised a fairly normal level of independence for a teenager, that being not a whole lot, my parents were more than pleased to hear my newfound ability to taking care of myself. Laundry, cooking for myself, cleaning, all in addition to other general chores that might not come from living without parents around. Just little menial things I've come to pick up, but with relative ease. When I think about it, I've always depended on them, even if they hadn't been at home all the time. To say I never depended on anyone after moving to the Yamaku dormitories would be far from the truth, though. Excuse me? The two of us look at the awkwardly fidgeting figure in front of us. Some things never change. It's getting close to closing time, so, alright, we'd forgotten the library closes earlier during the holidays. Hanako and I get up and dust ourselves, placing our books back on the shelf behind us. The fact that our tastes in reading material have a fair amount of overlap is useful at times. Really be like, you want me to say that in that voice? With a bow to Yuko to apologize for taking so much time, Hanako takes her leave of us.
See you tomorrow, Hisao.
Bye. With that, she walks out of the large wooden aging doors that herald the entrance to the library. Also, why is Hanako wearing her school uniform? It's the summer holidays. She's a quiet person, isn't she? I suppose I should be surprised at a staff member sharing personal opinions like this, but after knowing Yuko for a while, it's largely expected. Our relationship is more personal rather than one with her acting as an authority figure. Also, in Emmy's route, you get to meet Emmy's mom, and the fandom likes to call her the second MILF, after Lily. Yeah, I think that's just how she is. She's got a lot more confidence in herself these days, though. I don't know her as well as you do, but I think I agree. It's nice to see her talking to people here. She never used to do that before. Hey, Yuko? You know about Lily's leaving, right? She told me herself a few days ago. It must be hard leaving everyone like she is. Leaving everyone behind like she is. She quickly looks back to me after she says this, probably remembering that I went to her for advice on the relationship between Lily and I before. Are you going to be okay? You want to date the librarian? That's a difficult question. It's something I'd rather not think about for now. Though, given her more pressing issues.
Something seems kind of off about this whole deal, don't you think? Yuko appears to think for a while, absent-mindedly scratching her face up in a variety of creative ways as she does so. Seriously? I'm nowhere near the exit key. Why is that activating? Everyone keeps talking about Yandere's. What about your Yandere's? I don't think I know her well enough to make that kind of judgment. I'm sorry I can't be more help. No, it's fine. I'm just sort of thinking out loud. Lily, wait, it's the afternoon. I think Lily's flight is about to. We'll see what happens. I give a deep sigh and scratch my head in frustration. There's so much stuff happening at once that I have no control over. It feels like I'm being swamped. I think everyone goes through times like that. What's important is to concentrate on what you can do, rather than what you can't do. At least that's how I see it. If I didn't think like that, I don't think I'd be able to manage my life as it is. She says it with a smile and a light tone, but her words are far from any kind of joke. Being pulled between two jobs as she is hopefully making enough money not only to live, but also for university. Must be exhausting. Perhaps that's why, coming from her, this feels like it has more meaning than it had come from most others. I guess you've got a point there. Thank you for your advice once again, Yuko. She bows deeply and smiles again before making her way back to the counter where she spends so much of her time. Because of how Lily says goodbye, if I ever graduate, dare me to do the entire graduation in my Ara voice. I mean, I'm not saying I'm graduating anytime soon. I still have years ahead, but just saying, when the time comes. The tiny wings of my cardboard crane in my fingers are only visible in the dim light of my room. Just a little of moonlight being able to peek through the curtains and around the edges. I lie still in my dark bed for a long time, idly looking up at the little origami bird. It feels like a lot's happened since Lily folded this, but at the same time it feels like very little's changed. Compared to everyone else, I'm back to square one. I might have a newfound idea of where I want to go in life. Like I promise you guys, I'm ending Lily's route. But that's hardly something that affects me now. Hanako will change, and I know that much. If anything, she just makes me feel like I've got no excuse to be like this, considering her previous situation. Lily, though. I turn the bird to my fingers another way, looking at it from yet another angle. We're not worried about Lily. It's fine. I can push through it. When I first met her, she seemed aloof and perhaps somewhat distant. Her actions were always careful, measured, and precise, and her carefully maintained composure always gave the appearance of unerring confidence and serenity. In time, she became less formal, just a bit, but enough. It felt good to see her lowering her inhibitions around me and opening up even just a little of her own accord
It felt as if I was seeing her real self slowly become more vibrant and visible. Now though, I'm beginning to have doubts. Perhaps they're to be expected after what is effectively the two of us breaking up. They don't feel new or strange though, but rather like an old book being found and dusted off. Wow, Hisao, 2 breakups in the span of a year. I mean, I know people who's had more breakups in a month, but I digress. I soon realized after meeting Lilly that she saw me as she did Hanako, as someone who needed help and care. At first, I simply thought that we'd be fine as friends, helping each other through our limited time together in school. But then, I began to treasure our moments together more and more, from our quiet walks to our talking over lunch. The good sides of her personality became even more obvious and even more likable. The absence caused by Lily's trip to Scotland to visit her long-distance family and sick aunt only made me realize how much I liked just being around her, and I had thought that she felt a similar way. For her, for her though, maybe that isn't everything in our relationship. Even after she returned to Japan, and that she just lost her family once again, after meeting them for such a brief time. She lived so much of her life without her family around, not to mention with Akira working long hours, and that she had little choice but to be like that. I had thought her sense of independence is to be a good and admirable feat. It was in stark difference to my reliance on my parents before my heart attack, as reluctant as I may have been to admit it. However, it also meant that she never let people get too close to her. She lost her family likely due to her blindness, went to a different school from anybody she knew because of it, and worked all the time to make sure she didn't end up a burden to her sister and those around her. And now Akira's going to Inverness just like the family she thought she'd lost. She never told me of her plans, as conflicted as she was about them. It's fine. Lily didn't want to be a burden to anyone, including me. I'm an idiot. I never questioned it. I never tried to be there or ask when she needed me to. I just set my life up and expected it to stay that way forever, with the two of us having a long distance relationship where we pushed forwards our future together. A small pit of frustration and anger at myself wells up in my chest. I just let everything happen. I'm not starting Hanako's route, I'm just ending Lily's. I'm starting it next week. Never even trying to help Lily. Just her being there was enough. I thought I could keep going if that were true. But that could never have been enough. It was a childish independence on somebody without an attempt to understand or help their situation. Thanks to that, I lost Lily. I lost the one person I loved most because I wasn't there for her when she needed me. With an increasingly angry feeling washing over me, I turned over and set the crane back on the desk next to my clock, the place where it has lived since that day when she folded it for me. Since that day when she herself said that my burdens needn't be my own. The obnoxious red, the obnoxious bright red numerals of my alarm clock through the darkness of the room onto my tired eyes. It it depends. 10 o'clock evening curfew. 10 o'clock evening curfew will be soon. I wonder. Akira mentioned they'd be leaving this evening. Okay, this is proof that I'm making it. I'm doing the good ending. I, I I've no idea exactly when their flight is, but that means there's a chance, however small, that they might not have already left. Adrenaline starts to kick through my body as I sit up on my bed, my eyes suddenly widen with possibility. There's no guarantee that they hadn't left. Indeed, it's likely that they already have, but there's a small chance they haven't, however small it may be. Just this once, just as I should have before. I stand up and rush to my cabinet, throwing on some clothes as fast as I can and sliding them into quick succession. Each second that goes by is a second I can't regain, a second that may mean that the difference between catching them and losing them forever. Even if I fail, I have to try. I can't let her leave everything behind without even trying to stop her. Without just this once being there for her. With the last of my clothes slipped on, I hastily grabbed the phone off the desk. Luckily, the number for the local taxi company is still in my call history. A gruff, unenthusiastic voice announced the name of the company while I pace around the room. It takes some effort to slow down my voice and keep it clear over the phone. The chilly night air sweeps against me as I open the dormitory door. But nevertheless, I keep up my brisk speed as I half jog, half run out of the school gates. It may not be curfew just yet, but it's precautiously close. If there were a guard around, they'd no doubt have questions for me, but it looks like I've managed to come out just before they arrive, or they're around a corner. My pace picks up as I make my way through the school grounds. Their nighttime allure, but lost when I begin to run to the school gate. The lamps of the courtyard, dim as they are, provided just enough illumination to light the way and prevent me from tripping over. The buildings themselves take on a rustic, almost antique looking edge when I glance at them. Looking back, it seems strange that they once appeared so dark and gloomy to me. Now they just look to be somewhat anachronistic school buildings, the same way as any other bar their age. Leaving the gates behind me, I pull up to a stop before the taxi, parked just as Akira's car had been. It's grotty and brightly lit, and brightly lit sign seems out of place in a quiet country backdrop. I patiently squeeze myself through the door, giving the driver the address for where the two should hopefully be staying. This is Shizune's house. By the time the taxi pulls up its trip at maddening casual speed, it's well and truly deep into the night. The house is truly enormous, its sheer size much larger than I'd expected, and ominously still. Fearing the worst, I ask the driver to stay just in case my efforts are not. A single press on the fancy intercom system outside the gate produces a short electronic melody in the otherwise silent road. It's not long before a somewhat deep, gruff voice can be heard from it. Oh, this is Shizune's dad, the dick. This is the Hachimichi residence. Please state your name and why you're bothering us this late. I press on despite inwardly quenching at the reasonable annoyance audible in his voice. It's Hisao Nakai. I was hoping to meet Lilly or Akira if they're still here. Surprisingly, I managed to summon quite some energy to my voice, enough to make the other side of the intercom silent. A few seconds pass, but just as before I press the button again and ask what's going on, a light turns on outside the front door. I strain my eyes to try and make out who is coming through. As he comes past a large parked car with fishing rods sticking out the back, his identity becomes clear. His face is typically placid and emotionless as he stutters up to the gate. He's still childlike in his mannerisms despite his demeanor. With the press of a few buttons from behind the fence, the gate slowly opens. Hisao, what are you doing here? I think this is the most emotion I've heard from his voice. Not that it would be hard to reach that mark. Akira told me that she and Lilly would be staying here before they left for their flight. I need to talk to Lilly just one more time. Are they still here? The look on his face says everything. I failed. I was too late. The one time when I actually needed to act quickly and... Actually, it's possible. What? What is it? They just left. It's a bit taken aback by my fervor, but I can't help it at this point. They left not too long ago, only a few minutes before you arrived. In fact, if you go straight to the airport, you might be able to make it to Hisao. I dart back towards the waiting taxi, grabbing what little money is left in my pocket as I go. Thanks, Hideaki. With that, I take a seat in a short order, mark my destination. Wait, did I miss that? Did I read that right? Marking out my yeah, I read that right. My chest beats wildly as I tear down the street, my body twisting this way, and to slip between the pedestrians, walking back and forth beside me. Also, have you noticed something? Hisao's pushing himself. With the road slightly blocked by taxis and other cars, dropping off passengers and picking up others in the time they have to wait, we end up having to stop almost a block away. But it's in the past now. What matters is reaching Lilly. One foot hits the ground, and another quickly follows without the slightest thought, as if my legs have taken on a life of their own. and all my mind can do is concentrate on the view ahead of me. Just one glimpse of that long hair of hers, that long yellow hair that was the same color as the wheat that outstretched as far as I could see. In the end, I depended on Lilly just like Hanako did. Even after we started going out, it still doesn't feel like she really ever let herself depend on me. Except for one moment, that one moment where we held each other tightly on that bright yellow field. At that time, she must have feared losing me just as she did everyone else. That's why just this once, the night air wraps around me, draining every last remnant of warmth out of my body, to the extent that it feels like mid-winter than a summer night. My hands, my fingers, my hands, my feet, they were all increasingly cold. The sound of the passing crowds is reduced to no more than a background hum, while the sound of my shoes hitting the pavement echoes loudly. Every step surging towards the person I have to catch. Forced by my chest tightening in response to the cold of the night, I rest my arm over it to try settle it down. When the airport comes to view, though, I realize this feeling as one I've felt before. Not now. Of all the times for this, please not now. I take a gulp and soldier on regardless, pushing my body as far as it will go. Sweat pouring out as I hurtle forward, my shoulders hitting someone's side, and my mind suddenly flooding with emotions and memories. I continue on without an apology. I have to keep going now. If I stop, I'm not sure I could begin again. And even if I could, would all be for naught if I'm not in time? I hit another person, then another, offering little resistance to getting bounced about. My feet feel numb, my arms losing all feeling. My chest forces me to hunch over awkwardly, tightening even more. The afternoon in the snow, the time when my life irreversibly changed. Images of Iwanako, the damned letter, flash over and over in my mind. The first love I've lost thanks to my condition. I can't let that happen again. I don't care what happens to me anymore. I just need to see her one last time. There. Silver of light and white. A silver of yellow and white comes into view, some distance down the road. Her figure silhouetted by the lights, emulating from the airport entrance. Lilly, 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 please stop, Lilly. Come on, Lilly. I know you're hearing far beyond Gah! My view suddenly spins out of control and ends up on the ground, my body haphazardly spewed after hitting someone and stumbling over. Before I can assess the damage, my unbelievable pain ignites in my body. All my thoughts are blanketed as I curled up and frantically clutch at my chest. Hey, are you okay? That was a really bad fall. The pain. I can't. Besides, he's not Daredevil. Any sharp knocking could do me in. Any over-exertion. I thought I could overcome my limits this once. Something's wrong with him. What's the matter? Lilly notices this. The voices of those gathering around me are gradually replaced by a large ringing in my ears. But now I'm unable to move my head. My eyes turn upwards to see the mute moving of their lips. As I clutch my chest, I realize I can't feel my fingers anymore, nor my feet. It feels like my entire body is shutting down, starting from my extremities. Without one last effort, I turn my head down to the road towards the airport entrance and casting its light over me. Lily is there behind the crowd. Her head is tilted, but only just slightly. Yes, she noticed. I feel my vision dimming as I try to yell out, but nothing emerges from my mouth, despite my best efforts. Slowly but surely, my vision begins to black out, the scene before me. So this is how it ends. I failed. I was so close, so very close, but at the very last moment, my condition seized my chance at a new life and dragged me back. Now I'm going to die, sprawled all over the just meters from an airport, with a crowd of babbling people surrounding me, and Lily leaving for Scotland, just a little distance ahead. Lil E. The last words extinguishes the loss of my energy. The world falls into a deep
inescapable blackness as every muscle in my body shuts down. This is the good ending. I'm sorry, Lily. I was too late. But it's not over yet. I was worried I didn't get a good ending. Dot 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 dot. What's going on? As I slowly open my eyes, a bright white light assaults my retinas. For minutes, I just lay where I am, seamlessly staring ahead, while my scattered thoughts coalesce in my slowly waking mind. Hey, I have that light. Slowly but surely, the white begins to come into focus as a bare expanse begins to be drawn across my field of vision. It's only when the light fixture comes into my view that my mind clicks that this is the ceiling above me. Slowly levering myself up, I silently absorb. I also have that light. I think that light is very common. I silently absorb through my senses the details of the room I'm in. Same here. They're pretty easy to clean. The smell and taste of strong bleach hang in the air, lending the impression of a place just slightly too clean to be natural. Inoffensive pale peach walls, all perfectly painted without a crack, stain, or imperfection. A single framed painting hangs on the wall, perfectly straightened like the walls. It's as boring and inoffensive as can be. No, it's not just a heartbreak. It's also because he forced himself. He was running, and he was also bumping into people. So yeah, my attention's grabbed by the translucent curtain waving across my vision. My eyes following it to the window it covers. He had a sheer heart attack. When I move my right arm to try and lift myself up and look through it, I can feel the controller dig in uncomfortably. It's only now too that I noticed the so cannula tubes winding around my cheeks and into my nose. Why are you running? After some fidgeting, I settle for just a look around the corner of the window. Beyond the thick leaves of several large trees, I I can see the greenery below backing into a field, a customary island of green on the outskirts of the city. Judging by the sun outside, it's noon. Of which day, though, I'm not sure. So, I'm in a hospital once again. I let out a long, tired breath as I tried to collect my scattered thoughts. My mind seemingly cast in a dozen directions all at once, with as many emotions running through me. After laying down, after slowly laying back down, I decide to start at the beginning. Why am I here? I cast my mind, but I can't work out a smooth recollection of what happened. The events of last night, or whichever night it was, come back more as a series of snapshots than a cohesive memory. Lay on my bed, looking at the origami bird. Talking to Hideaki outside the Hakemichi residence. Running down the street, passing pedestrians and bumping into more and more of them. Why are we here, just to suffer? Falling.
Looking up at the searing bright airport entrance, seeing Lily's back as I lay on the ground. The silence of the private room suddenly feels overwhelming. So that's it. I had my chance to correct my mistake, and I blew it. Whether I was at fault for neglecting my medication and disregarding to pace myself was for or my body was for giving out as soon, it doesn't matter now. All that matters is that once again I'm alone. The pastel blue pillow yields with little resistance as I let myself fall into the bed. Its starchy case, along with the starchy sheets, providing little comfort. Compared to the darkness of last night's events, the bright light of the room around me is striking. All it does, though, is emphasize how otherworldly places these are. Arrhythmia. A strange word. A foreign alien one that you don't want to be in the same room with. A rare condition. Oh, he said this in the beginning of the game. It causes the heart to act erratically and occasionally beat way too fast. It can be fatal. It is a miracle that you were able to go through so long without anything happening, they said. And then, it did. My condition had taken away everything. My old school was no importance anymore. My home was reduced to a faraway place. Both my friends and my first love simply stopped visiting after a length of time. I became cynical and embittered, distant and subdued. In my defense, no person could avoid that. After such thing happened to them, but nonetheless, I left the hospital as a very definitely changed person. Things change. I made new friends in Hanako, Shizune, and Misha. I found a new sense of home in my dormitory. A new interest in science and the world around me, and I found a direction in my life that I had never felt before. But I've also discovered other things. The sense of isolation in Yamaku and its surroundings are not entirely unwelcome. The quiet giving a peace of mind I might not have found elsewhere, but it gave the area a feeling of being pushed out of the way, of being out of sight. People in the streets would sometimes glance awkwardly or quickly turn their heads as they realized they were staring. But even if my condition wasn't visible, my uniform was. Even if it wasn't, I was no different. I took 17 pills a day, morning, midday, and night. My scar though, hidden under clothing, with all a permanent mark of my condition, was still a permanent mark of my condition. And most of all, there was also a very, very real possibility of death. I mean, Hisao did faint in front of everybody. A bad fall, an absent-minded hard hit on the back, a simple sprint taken too far. Anything could have set my heart off, and several times I teetered on the edge of the abyss, even with all the care I took of myself. But that was fine. I could have lived with all that. Because there was one final thing I found, or rather re-found, after entering Yamaku, which was once again snatched away before my eyes. It was now that I realized that just how delicate my newfound sense of happiness was. Everything depended on her, the linchpin of my life. Since I first entered Yamaku as sullen, confused, and aimless transferred student. Lilly Satel, the only person I could depend on above all others, and who reciprocated the love that I felt for her. But I failed her, and I realized it all too late. I thought that I could just set up my life and continue that way forever. But the real world doesn't work like that. I finally realized the meaning of those words, only to be struck down as I confronted my failure to do so in time. ... The, the surroundings I'm in now are all too familiar, as if Yamaku was all but a dream, and I'm still recovering from my first major heart attack. Maybe that's why I felt so tired. It feels almost like as if I've lived the entire last few months of my life in the space of minutes. Well, I'm really going to overtime. For a good ending, this all sounds depressing. The weight of my eyelids close, my physical and mental exhaustion letting me offer no resistance. An unintelligible mumbling from ahead of the bed steers me out of my sleep. With my eyes still closed, I can focus and make out someone, presumably a nurse, bidding farewell to a doctor. As I open my eyes, I notice a door closing in my peripheral vision. The doctor stands reading some notes at a cupboard, held in his hand carefully, looking over the pages. No, Fire Emblem is far from the one who did this. Danganronpa 1, and believe it or not, Katawa Shoujo, the first stream, they each took 4 hours. After consulting his obviously very important documents, he looks up and notices my gaze. It's now that I notice something slightly odd about his expression and general disposition, but I can't quite put my finger on it. Ah, I see, you're awake, Mr. Nakai. He quickly glances at my bed end to verify my name. Shows that his documents obviously didn't have it written on them. I must admit, this is a bit unfortunate. Your parents visited just earlier while you were asleep. I could notify them you're awake now if you'd like. Thanks. That would be good. I give a somewhat dazed reply. Mostly likely the one he'd expect, before really thinking about what I'm saying. Not a problem. If you have any questions you'd like to ask, I'll be happy to answer them. This is unless you prefer to rest. The anesthetic's still going to be affecting you for a bit, I'm afraid. The anesthetic? Of course. That's why I felt so strange the first time I woke up. I slowly shake my head, not wanting to dislodge any pipes or cause myself any more discomfort than necessary. The doctor politely puts down his clipboard in response. I guess my main question is, what exactly happened? To put it simple, you've unfortunately had another heart attack. While not as severe as your first, you were very lucky it occurred so close to a hospital. After being stabilized, you were taken to the operating room, where what followed was keyhole surgery in order to insert a temporary pacemaker. All in all, the incident happened 2 days ago, with emergency treatment being carried out very soon long after. We've kept you under close observation while you're asleep. Will I be alright? Are there any lasting problems? Compared to the procedure carried out on your first heart attack, this is relatively minor. While you will have to undergo surgery once more in a few days to remove the pacemaker, assuming there are no complications, there should be no lasting implications. He continues talking, the subject shifting to a repetition of effects about arrhythmia and medication, and I already know for the most part. I start to nod and feign interest with my mind drift while my mind drifts. So we technically said to Hanako, I'll see you tomorrow. Passes out for 2 days. I begin to think about how perfectly hung the painting hanging on the wall, inoffensive painting hanging on the wall behind his shoulder is, and how neat and sterile the surroundings are, even including the doctor himself. If my mumbling bores you, you are quite welcome to say so, Mr. Hisao. Lord knows I lose track of myself sometimes. He gives a short chuckle at his self-deprecating jokes, as I grimace awkwardly, having been rather badly caught out. The doctor's chuckle sounds different from the nurse at Yamaku though. Come to think of it, as I ponder why, I realize why the man in front of me feels just that little bit off. Why is it I'm nowhere near that. I'm nowhere near the escape button. His smile is neat and sterile. He delivers his little joke perfectly with a customary inoffensive chuckle. It is like, rather than talking to the man whose name is neatly printed on the name tag on his lab coat, I'm merely interacting with an actor reading off a pre-rehearsed script, every action having been well choreographed beforehand. I suppose he has to be this way, though. He has to be this way. Though being a doctor. Whoops! He has to keep his neat and sterile smile when chatting to the girl with cancer slowly spreading throughout her body, when reassuring the woman who'll surely die from childbirth, and with every other terminal and critical ill patient. Wow, Hisao. Negative much. That might be that little bit of distance, that little bit of aloofness. It makes me wonder if I've been too harsh, especially considering it's a disposition far from being adopted only by people in his profession. After all, the one I loved kept the most distance from herself. Others. Wait, did I read that right? Boop, boop, boop. After all, the one I loved kept the same distance from others herself. Huh. Maybe I didn't read that right. Looking up to the doctor again, I realize I've been in thought with my head bowed for some time. I understand you must be you must still be tired. You've been through a lot, and as I mentioned before, the anesthesia would still be affecting you. If you don't mind, I'll let you rest for some time and tell your parents you've woken up for you. I think that would be good, thank you. He gives a curt nod before picking up his clipboard and making his way to the large white door in the corner of the room, closing it behind with a thud. In the end, I'm alone again. Lily's gone, Akira's gone. Hanako would be traveling, and even my parents have already left the hospital. 4 pale peach walls, 1 white ceiling, and a single open window to look out towards the world outside. It's hard to think of the future when the past is crowded around you, claustrophobic in its neat, sterile, starchy, bleach-smelling grip. Lost for what to do or focus on, I content myself with sleeping the time away as if this were all just another dream like Yamaku had been. White. A sterile, clean white for a sterile, clean room. My eyes open, and I simply stare at the ceiling for some time. It's about as interesting as the television would be, mounted on its metal rack, hanging off the ceiling ahead of the bed. Indeed, the television saw its entire use during the time my parents were here, left on quietly as they waited for me to wake. It was as benign as it had been the first time I'd ended up in the hospital.
Each time today, an attending nurse had offered to turn off the EKG's speakers. I refused simply because the sound is so entirely normal to me now. It's almost comforting in a way. The monotone like regularity comes at least some gives at least some feeling that time is moving, even in a place such as this. After some time of listening to its beeping while fully awake, though, I realized there's another sound in the room. Concentrating my efforts on listening, it's Lily's music box. A task made relatively easy by the lack of their distractions. A teeny tiny, a tiny teeny, I've never heard anyone say it backwards, melody can be heard. Does the pause actually say her theme? Huh. I mean, not her theme, the music box. Really like, yeah. They probably just looked at their ceiling and took a photo. Light and quiet. The music feels almost fragile, as it's dwarfed by the EKG's pulses. Tilting my head just slightly to the side in an effort to see the source of the melody, without dislodging any of the sensors and pipes stuck into me, I noticed a little wooden box sitting on the nightstand next to the bed. My mouth opened just slightly when I silently watched the yellow metal drum slowly rotate inside, the tiny bumps on its surface gradually moving in and out of sight. This music box, it's the one I gave. The creaking of the door behind me. Wait, the creaking of the door breaks me out of my reverend of my reverie. Reverend? Reverie? My head and heart remaining still as my eyes turn to see who comes through. Long, thin skirt. Peach off the shoulder sweater. Pale, almost porcelain skin. Blue clouded eyes. Yellow. I'm gonna get jump scared by bad birds. And long yellow hair. All I can do is stare as Lily slowly walks into the room, her fingers lightly running over the wall for orientation, and my mind comes to a stuttering halt. Lily? She stops mid-stride, her entire body tensing. Hisao, was that you? Her voice is quiet and pensive, echoing her expression. I thought you were... Lily takes one tensive step forward, then another, as if she were holding herself back. Her control over her composure is all for nigh, though, as she finally rushes over to where I lay, as the last of her resistance falls. It suddenly takes effect that she grabs a hold of me, hunching over as tears begin to fall from her cheeks. Since only minutes ago, I thought she was on the other side of the world. After a moment of hesitation, I rest my right arm on her soft shoulder. Isao. Lily's body trembles as her tears block the pale green sheets, her emotions flooding through her carefully maintained exterior. There will be blood. Are you trying to distract yourself because this is a sad moment? With her face now closer and made easier to see, to see for her pale skin being lit by the sunlight from the window, I notice her cheeks being redder than they should be. It's okay, Lily. I'm okay. You don't need to... No. I like how you were quick with that. She rights herself quickly, her crying forcibly stifled by both sadness and stubbornness remaining in her moistened eyes. Her prideful nature, always having been something to contend with, takes me off guard. Stop telling me not to worry about you, Hisao. Just this once, let me cry. I'm caught speechless. She waits for a response, but her composure breaks again after a handful of seconds. I swallow hard to try and settle my own emotions, while she weeps onto my bed, a mixture of relief and depression welling up. Lily's here. She's here. If she couldn't, if I couldn't feel her skin under my hand, I'd hardly believe my own eyes. My efforts for nothing. My body's attempt to take away everything that was important to me once again has been foiled. But now, I don't feel as happy about it as I thought I would. Where's the pipes? Seeing her here, crying like this over me, this is one thing I've wanted to avoid since coming to love her. No, since leaving the hospital. I'm sorry, Lily. It's my fault. I'm here. I shouldn't have tried to push myself so far. I give a defecating snort. After months of keeping myself together so nobody'd worry over me, I went and did something like this. I guess I'm pretty dumb. With a couple with a couple of sniffles and with a couple of sniffs and long breath, Lily manages to pull herself together and calm down a little. Despite her red cheeks, her moist eyes, and lines of tears still visible, she delicately wears the weak smile she seems she seemed to so often give. You needn't blame yourself. I heard later that it happened as you were running down the road after me, right? Still, I'm trying to give Lily a shaky voice like she just cried. She wipes her eyes with the back of her head, returning more to her usual self as the rush of emotions wears off. Why did you run after me, Hisao? I moved to respond, but her face tightened. But noticed her face tightening. Even after I'd said goodbye and I'd left Yamaku Academy. Seriously, I'm nowhere near the. Wait, is there a button? No, no, there isn't. I accidentally skipped that. She takes a moment to ready her. Wait, did I miss text? No, I didn't. Okay, that's good. Oh. She takes a moment to steady herself, emotions almost bubbling up again. I just wanted to say that I'm sorry. Sorry? For the times that I wasn't there when you needed me. Until now, I thought you just being there would be enough. I only needed you by my side to make any day feel better. Even if my body may be like this, I want to help you, Lily. To be there when you need someone. Seriously. But you are always there, Hisao. Why did you want to go to Scotland, Lily? Why? Why? I told you before, because Akira was going, and because of my family's summons to their home. Why didn't you say you wanted to go? Say that you wanted to go? I'm not stubborn often, but this one time, I think I need to be. I want you to stay here, Lily. I want you to stay where everyone you know lives, and where all your dreams and ambitions were made. If you choose to stay, I'll never leave your side, and I won't let you lose another person. When I had my heart attack, I was snatched away from everyone and everywhere. I knew. You showed me a new life after I came to Yamaku. I've lost my past life, but you showed me a future. It's true that
I haven't always been there for you. I'm unreliable. Sometimes I lied, and I thought I'd come to understand you when you hadn't even understood myself. Even when I haven't understood myself. But, but as it may, I want to give you a future as well. I want to, I want to be there for you, to share both your burdens and your happiness, just like I promised back in Hokkaido. I want you to trust me. I want I know I had problems coming to trust myself in you. After losing so many people, I'd known after my heart attack. After how, but that's how uh, but that's how I know that being unable to trust another person can feel awful. That's why I can't just throw. That's why I can't just watch you throw everything like this. Wait, that's why I can't just watch you throw everything away like this. I never want you to go through what I did. I want I want to I would do anything to stop that. You can you can be quite steadfast when you want to be, can't you? As I said, it isn't often. My weak smile drops, though my weak smile drops though as the ivy in my arm a little digs a little. It's a harsh reminder of my tether to my condition. Tether to my condition. Lily's face tenses as I let out a small sigh of pain, immediately making me wish I'd stifled it better. All I can do is sigh in defeat. I tried not to let anyone worry over me for the entire time since I left the hospital, but I can't stop that one person I love from crying over me. Even if I might finally be able to put my feelings into words, I feel pretty useless with a body like this. Every time I try to reach towards something, it oh it just it was just snatched away, and even now only for turned out for better due to luck. I guess that's something else I should apologize for. All I can do all I can ever do is make you worry. Even now, there's very little chance I'll live anywhere near a full life. The feeling of Lily's warm, soft hand moving over my left cheek makes me lift my head up, her smile gentle and warm as she touches me. I think I think that is something very natural for you to say. You are always so sincere and self-conscious. You are also reserved and mild-mannered and patient to a fault with Hanako, yet curious about everything and everyone. When I said I'd miss you while I was with my family, I wasn't lying or exaggerating. That thought of you was never far away from my mind and helped me through that time. That's why I was so confused about what to do when my family summoned me. Even after I thought I had made my decision, you tried your hardest to challenge me about it. The thing is, I know an IRL friend. He lives here. Well, he moved here. The rest of his family is here. He was overseas. He was fine to live there, but he ended up coming back here. He has a girlfriend overseas, and now his family, even though they're just like me, average class, they're planning to bring the girlfriend over to live here. So it's possible Lily's family, being that they're rich, can, I don't know, pay for his Sao and take care of him for the time being. I didn't confess to you out of pity or believing you were somehow different from what you are. I confess because I never want to lose you, and I want you to always be a part of my life, no matter what might change. You are a very beautiful person, Sao. Your heart, your heart changes none of that. So please don't apologize for yourself anymore. For a long time, silence reigns in the room. Also, there's a scene after this. It's them like in a hill, like having a picnic. So the stream is far from over. I'm sorry if it seems like I'm pushing myself, but a promise is a promise. I mean, I broke a promise this week because I was trapped in the in dead money. I couldn't give Veronica a dress, so at least let me keep this promise. I'm not really sure what this newly found feeling inside me is, but it pales in insignificance into insignificance as I worsley gaze at Lily's smiling face, warm and gentle as it has always been. It's only as her thumb crosses my cheek, wiping a single drop of moisture, that I realize this is all I've ever wanted. What feels like the first time, I give an earnest, wide smile. As Lily feels it against her palm, she returns the gesture. More time passes before either of us says a word, neither of us needing speech to communicate our feelings to each other. I know I can't promise you that I'll always be around, or that we'll be together forever. With some difficulty, I slowly lift my head, placing it to her pale shoulder. But I think I can at least take you to next year's Tanabata festival to make up for making you lose this year's. Lily's expression is one of surprise, though I can't say I blame her. I came around that time to Japan, so I got to celebrate it. You remember that? I've got pretty good memory, sometimes. She raises her head a little and takes her hand from my cheek. Giving a small amused giggle, I smile absentmindedly at how earnest it is, almost girlish in its lightness. Still, smiling warmly, she collects herself and stands upright with her hand resting on my chest. It feels like I'm seeing her for the first time. The sun from the window glowing behind her, just as it did when I first walked into that room where she was drinking tea. Very well then. Shall we make it a promise between the both of us to go to next year's Tanabata together? It's around. Also, Tanabata is around now in Japan. I think it was last week. So this is perfect timing. Even if she can't see me doing so, I nod approvingly. I promise. I promise. I technically changed bells. Think this is the final scene? Oh, this is the credits. But there's a scene after this. So you guys don't mind if I skip the credits? We can watch the credits properly in maybe that's Lily's. These are Lily's thing, concept art. I'll skip so we can watch the final scene and I can end the stream without you guys worrying about me. Akira, Lily, and I silently sit on the grassy embankment high above the local town, the breeze gently blowing through the cloudless sky. It's not that way into overtime. We may be just a few minutes walk from town on a hill just outside its limits, but the view is entirely unexpected. Lily sits beside me, her eyes closed as the gentle breeze blows through her hair. This is a nice area. Yeah, I never knew a place like this was anywhere near Yamaku.
And I had to be the one to find it, of course. Lily's grin is genuine. No, Akira's grin is genuine, but her tone is slightly different from her casual, carefree nature. It's good to see you're out of the hospital though, Hisao. But this is just a few days off. This is a few days after. Nobody's more glad than I am. I can't stand hospitals. Neither can my dad. So, you two going back to school tomorrow? Oh no, this is at the end of the summer holidays. Yep. Akira chuckles in amusement before looking back at. You say, Ara? I do? Wait, I do? Wait, do I actually? I'm conscious now. Looking back into the town below the trees, between the buildings swaying in the wind. Pity you couldn't go up north for the summer holidays or get to Tanabata. I wouldn't worry. There's always next time. I think he said Ara. One of my friends said I do, but I never really pushed it. I thought my friend was just messing with me, but I don't know. After you saying that, I was like, do I really? You'll be graduating before next summer vacation, won't ya? Yeah, there'll still be college after that, mind. Going to the same one? Likely. We both have high scores to meet the entry requirements. No, even before Lily, I was apparently saying Ara. You sound so sure. Don't worry, you're better than I in most subjects. I guess we'll work at it. Oh, we'll work it out in due time. So they're going to the same college. That's why. Just enjoy yourselves in Yamaku while you're there. Lily gives a sad sigh at the distinction made between Akira and the two of us. Do you really need to go back to Scotland? I can't imagine what a 5-hour stream might do to you in a Mikon voice. It might make my voice permanent, that's for sure. Yeah, the folks are already out of their blood as it is. Wait, did I read that right? Out of my blood? Your blood? Yeah, the folks are already out for my blood. My blood. Not just blood in general. You weren't meant to stay this long. She gives her trademark grin. I'm guessing the reason why Hanako isn't here is because she's traveling right now. Setting my boyfriend up with a passport took some time. Shed? You're taking him with you? Just for a while at first. He's a surprisingly worldly guy, so I think he'll do fine. Akira gives an amused snort. If our father had his way, I'd have gone a long while ago. I just couldn't pass up an excuse to stay with my favorite little sister a little while longer though. I'm pretty sure a majority of the things in this game is from Google Images. He leans right and gives Lily a tight, playful hug, cheering her up considerably. It's nice to be with you one last time though. For what it's worth, I'm in the same boat. Yeah, thanks you two. I'll try to come back sometime, don't worry. It's a shame that the business keeps you so busy. The place won't run itself, I'm afraid. And I think it's going to be just the same over there. Considering that, I'd better get going. Have fun over there, Akira. Haha, will do. With a slight grunt, she lifts herself with her hands and stands up, dusting herself off as she does so. Well, I'll be off. The plane won't be waiting for me after all.
She has a certain unusual wistfulness in tone of her voice, her eyes firmly planted on her sister.
I'll be okay, Akira.
Yeah, I know.
Come on, it isn't that bad. You'll be able to see us again soon.
It is strange to have Lilly reassure a doubting Akira for once. She really has changed. Yes, Lilly chose to stay. And it's also been hinted that Hisao and Lilly are going to the same college. This is a few days after this is a few days after I got out of the hospital. So the reason why Hanako isn't here is because she's traveling.
Goodbye, Akira.
Bye. For a second, the dark-clad figure looked down at both of us, smiling wildly. Perhaps more wildly than I've ever seen her do before. She lets out a long, slightly wavering breath to steady herself before leaving, but eventually slips her hand in her pocket and turns on her heel. And with that, she walks away, one hand held in the air as she goes. See you later, you two. A jazz tone with no beat, melody, or direction to the very end. After a few moments of sitting silently, Lilly and I pick ourselves up and dust ourselves off. Turning towards her with a broad smile, I hold out my hand. Shall we be off then? She takes my hand in hers with a gentle nod and a smile as beautiful and warm as ever. You need to say ara ara at some point since Lilly clearly isn't interested in it. She stopped saying ara ara once she started dating Hisao.
Indeed. And then we shall, Hisao.
If I was Hisao, I'd have 40 chess and use Lilly leaving to romance her cousin. As we set off towards the school, the wonderful smile engraves itself onto my memory. The wonderful smile that we both share. Our paths may be scattered and at times overshadowed by sadness, but they're also an irrevocable part of our lives and personalities. Irrevocable. There we go. Even if I could change a single thing, I won't, because my past was what led me here. Araless. That's why, even with all that's happened to us before, and all that may well befall us, together, we'll keep moving forwards. Forwards towards the future. Our future. And that's that. Katawa Shoujo comes to an end. Well, not really an end, because we still have Hanako. But overall, I hope you guys had fun with this series. Well, I mean it's not ending because next week I'll be going for Hanako. But yeah. And I'm sorry if I went overtime. So, Firewall, you still want me to do the thing that I promised you yesterday? Or you just want me to wrap up stream? I'm leaving the choice up to you. I forgive you for now. Yes, so, okay. Let me just change out these clothes and change my form. So, whoopsies. Okay.
Arara, are you excited to see me? Anyways, this concludes the anniversary week. Tomorrow we'll have no stream. I'm going to finally be resting. But yeah, I hope you guys had fun. I had fun. And I probably need to edit. I probably need to edit the titles of my Katawa Shoujo videos to Lilly route. So, I hope you guys had fun. Yes, thank you. And I can't believe it's been a year. Thank you for sticking with me, guys. Anyways, I hope you guys had fun. And I hope you enjoy the rest of your day.